Couldn't find myself then. Well, in the word gone. Evening, Spike. I was going to do a video. Yeah, that's all. Got another. I got a. I don't know how to do it. Oh, Anna. I got a 100-year-old book. Right, we always talk about this secret government, don't we? We always talk about this government behind the government. And I've been reading this book. It's 100 years old. And some of the stuff that's in it is what, you know, some of us that woke up, it's what we talk about. It's what we say. And it's like, how do I present the book? Do I do it where a screen reader reads it? Because it is a really good book. Answers on a postcode. Oi, oi, Landy. Yeah, answers on a postcode. Do I get Google to read it and just upload it? The book's called The Secret World of Government. It's 100 years old. It's even got statements in there from Disraeli, you know, the first Jewish Prime Minister. Oi, oi, Michael. Stop waffling and get on with it. The Webster Report Sunday night is good, 8 p.m. All right. What's that on? Is that on YouTube, is it? I don't know if I just upload this as a what do you call those stupid books that you buy on Amazon and it reads to you? They got a special name, haven't they? The Webster Report. Oh, in Webster from fucking Coronation Street. Webster Report. Write that down. Webster. Work pen. 8 p.m. on Sundays. Kindle. No, I don't know. You just get them. They're just talking books. I don't know. Binksy used to do a brilliant job in the mornings reading her books. But somebody didn't like it. whether I just upload it as a fucking talking book. Because it is a really good book. And everybody goes, oh, you're a propagandist, you're a propagandist. But when it's 100 years old, yeah, I know that's all. It's just idiots fucking reporting, isn't it? Audible, that's it. Audible books. Hey up, Paul from Newcastle. Yeah, I might upload it as an Audible. Yeah, that's right, that's all. But I mean, it's like, you know, when I spoke to Binksy, I put more on a live than she ever put out on a book verbally. Yeah, definitely a meltdown. But it's like, what have I done? I played Europa twice. I played Hitler, the untold story, or the story never told. I think I've played that twice. I've played other stuff. And YouTube have allowed it. And then, like the other day, I did something, and the other day, I think I had, what was it, Michael? Five copyrights, but all in Arabic. That was bizarre, that was. And that was our Houses of Parliament. Yeah, I know. But it's like, I'd love to put up the invention of the Jewish people. And that was written by a rabbi. Shlomo Sands. It was the highest selling book in Israel. Might have been her accent. I just think it's retarded people watching and then reporting, isn't it? I was having loads of people report me, wasn't I? Every life I'd be dealing with a report. Then I had a 7-day strike and then a 2-week strike just for what was written in the chat. Because somebody was reporting what was written in the chat. Anyway, let's get this video played, shall I? See how long it stays up for. Yeah, I sent somebody a brilliant 10-minute video yesterday. I might get away with playing it on here. I'm not sure, but the first time I sent it, it hadn't recorded the bloody volume, so I had to upload it again. I don't know why it didn't record the sound. Right, let me know if this has got any sound.
Was first discovering the opposite of Jesus.
Got sound, is it? I got sound coming through my ears.
A dark religion that has been covertly consuming the entire world since the beginning of time. It's cleverly disguised itself in many forms and has hijacked almost everything good on earth. I discovered that the opposite of this dark religion is Jesus.
Oh,
And what exactly is the opposite of
what's
Jesus?
going on here?
It's called Kabbalah.
Ah, you stupid machine.
What is Kabbalah? Kabbalah is an ancient occult system of belief, philosophy, cosmology, and most importantly, it's a discipline of ceremonial magic. It is vital to understand that Kabbalah is the antithesis to biblical Christianity and fundamentally opposes Jesus Christ as God.
Just go back a bit a minute. Oh, Tyke. Oh, I didn't want to go back that far, did I?
To biblical Christianity and fundamentally opposes Jesus Christ as God.
Alistair Crowley. All your secret societies. There. Knights Templar. Why do all these right wingers, why do they all think the Knights Templar are good? I don't get it. Not personally. I don't get it. You know? And they set out their avatar with a Knight Templar as their avatar. I don't understand that. But we'll get into that. I mean, I did 2 series on Knights Templars, didn't I? Star Ranthan, Black Cube, Saturn. I did series on Saturn as well, didn't I? Saturn worship, Donald Trump, Trump Towers. That funny black square in Mecca. But strangely enough, is on top of Trump Towers. And then you got the Twin Towers. You've now got the inverted cube, the Twin Towers. Yeah, you got the Templars and the Templars. Hey up, Ulick. There's a difference in Templars and the Templars.
The following is from the book Kabbalah Secrets Christians Need to Know by Deanne Lauper.
For the last several decades, the Church has been the particular target of a massive flood of books and teachings on mysticism, specifically in the form of Jewish mysticism or Kabbalah. The result of this demonic campaign has been a departure from the faith, as many Christians are now looking to the wisdom of the rabbis for answers to their spiritual questions. Like the Gnostics, the Kabbalists view secret knowledge as a path to immortality. Mingled with biblical terminology, these secrets are subtly presented as a means of discovering one's hidden destiny and as a way to becoming more like God. Even as mystical teachings are being covertly brought into the Church, what is more astonishing is that many rabbis are openly proclaiming Kabbalah as the only salvation of the world, and that this salvation can only be brought about by a global adherence to the law. This book will attempt to uncover the deception by giving a detailed description of what Kabbalah is and equip believers to recognize it in its morphed form of Christianity. It will also demonstrate that the God of today's Babylonian and Kabbalistic Judaism is not the God of the Bible, and that the current convergence of Christians coming under rabbinic authority will bring them not to the one true God of the Bible, but to the subservience of the God of Kabbalah, Ein Sof, and to its hierarchy of gods. This book will further show that the God of Kabbalah is none other than Lucifer, the serpent and angel of light, whom the sages prophesy will restore knowledge to humanity on a global scale, just as he did in Genesis. The philosophy and doctrines of the Kabbalah are the foundation of the Illuminati. It is a cornerstone of Freemasonry and all occult secret societies, as well as the New Age, Gnostic, Luciferian, and Babylonian mystery religions.
Mr. Schofield there, Schofield Bible, maybe it was the one on the right hand side. Christian Zionism, no such thing. And no such thing as Judeo-Christianity neither. How can you have Judeo-Christianity? They're totally opposing each other. Yeah, there's Donald Trump and his no-hide laws. Where's that silly music coming from in the background? He brought in the Noahide laws and he brought in the Sanhedrin. I've shown you the Sanhedrin before, haven't I? Well, Trump is a 33-degree Mason as well. He's been a 33-degree Mason for a long, long time.
To learn Kabbalah is a very complex thing. I heard conversations of people who claims to teach Kabbalah, very foreign, very dark, very awful methods. I don't want to mention names of one of the most famous teachers of Kabbalah today, very not righteous, a really not righteous man.
Now, have you noticed most of these people speaking will be wearing the lap. God, it's just gone out of my fucking head what it's called. Most of them speaking will be Jewish. So anybody that says I'm anti-Semitic or whatever, then there's Jewish people actually doing the speaking. And the actual main narrator is a Christian.
Very, very disappointing, very scary, very dark, and only desiring false methods of the dark secrets and the names, Kabbalistic codes and numeral values. It's like dark and spooky and evil and very bad, very bad.
Yeah, you're right. It's just a retaining wall. It's no wailing wall. It's a retaining wall, which when they go to that retaining wall, they think that retaining wall is the Shekinah. And that's why they do the davening in front of the Shekinah. And when they're reading the Talmud or the Torah, they're doing davening. I will finish my video for davening. I know the Shekinah is.
This next clip of self-proclaimed prophet and Messianic Jew, Rabbi Jonathan Cahn, is extremely concerning. It shows him teaching an audience of Christians concepts out of the Zohar, which is the main book of Kabbalah.
The Zohar speaks, the rabbis are writing, of the redemption of the world. They speak of life from the dead. They speak of the resurrection, the redemption of the world. The rabbis are saying that all the mercy of God comes from Golgotha. From Golgotha, the place where he died. Calvary means the place of the skull. Golgotha means the place of the skull. They get it all confused. It's an incredible mystical thing that I think the Holy Spirit just got in there. It doesn't make any sense at all. It says, and from this drips salvation, drips resurrection. This is from Rabbi Zohar 128b. In the Golgotha, sit thousands of myriads of worlds. And from the Golgotha, drips dew and fills, the dew fills the world, and the dead will awaken in the world to come as the dew comes forth. The dew is the light of the Ancient One. The light of the Ancient One comes from Golgotha, and as it touches the dead come to life. From Golgotha is the light of...
Remember what they were trying to do in the tunnels from the Book of the Dead? Rabbi Sneerson, the one that Trump goes to pray to, Rabbi Sneerson. He was a Kabbalist. And the Book of the Dead, and when you found the blood on the mattresses, remember? I did a video about it. Religion baffles me as well, Beth, but when you get deeper into it, I mean, I did Sunday school and all that lot, and I was confirmed a bloody idiot, I think. But it baffled me, you know, and then I've been like anti-religion. And then like, obviously, as you get into more and more of these things, then I think you start understanding it, and then you realize how it's been twisted and turned and manipulated. Right, any Bible or anything like that you read before the any Bible you read before the 1800s. Yeah, true, Birdnest.
of God bringing life from the dead. Golgotha, the radiance of God that brings us life. Whoa. That's amazing stuff. And that may be the first time it's ever been said. And now the very hill, the very place here in, of all places, the rabbinical writings, the Zohar, unwittingly gives the name of it, Golgotha, which is exactly what they would have called it, and teaches that Golgotha is the center of everything, of God's mercy. You want mercy, you go there. Listen to the rabbis. On that point, go there.
Jonathan Cahn is so dangerous here because he has cleverly begun initiating millions of unsuspecting evangelical Christians into the deep, dark mysteries of the occult. In every single one of his teachings, Rabbi Jonathan Cahn proclaims to be a prophet, exposing hidden codes and riddled mysteries that only his rabbinic wisdom has been able to decipher. But the truth is that he is deceptively and purposely initiating Christians into the mysteries of high Kabbalism. His followers are being subconsciously programmed to thirst for rabbis and their Jewish mysticism, for hidden spiritual truths, rather than holding to the clear and precise teachings of Christ Jesus and the apostles found in the New Testament. This is by design and part of the Kabbalist agenda. In God's word, we don't need to decode secret mysteries, unravel sealed up messages, decipher clues, or pull back the veil on hidden things. All that we need, all that God wants us to know, is contained in the Bible. Partaking of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil is forbidden. Gnosticism is a very old heresy that teaches that the truth is hidden and has to be decoded, uncovered, unlocked, unveiled, and learned through initiation.
Therefore, rebuke them sharply, that they may be sound in the faith, not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men who turn from the truth. To the pure, all things are pure, but to those who are defiled and unbelieving, nothing is pure, but even their mind and conscience are defiled. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have one teacher, and you are all brothers. And call no man your father on earth, for you have one Father, who is in heaven. Neither be called instructors, for you have one instructor, the Christ. The greatest among you shall be your servant. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. The high priest then questioned Jesus about his disciples and his teaching. Jesus answered him, I have spoken openly to the world. I have always taught in synagogues and in the temple, where all Jews come together. I have said nothing in secret.
The dangerous Kabbalah is that they want people not studying until they're ready for it because of various reasons. No one would be able to understand that stuff. I myself, I've been kind of emphasizing in the mystical traditions of Judaism for over 20 years now. Whenever I find my way to a piece of Torah that's the dangerous stuff, I never can make heads or tails. I don't understand what in the world's going on.
Kabbalah is a belief system that predates religion and predates Judaism as an organized religion. It's a belief system. It's incredibly scientific, and as I said, it predates religion. I think people, a lot of the rituals, all of the rituals have been appropriated by the Jewish faith. I was looking for something. I mean, I'd begun practicing yoga. I find that the Kabbalah and Buddhism and other religions that or philosophies that I've been studying sort of they're more adaptable to modern living, to modern life. It makes me think that at one time there was one thought. Yeah, so all paths lead to God.
There's Madonna.
Madonna, if all paths.
There, did she explain it well enough for you, Beth? Mm-hmm. Did you understand that?
lead to God, then that would mean that everything is true. And if everything were true, then nothing is true. But we read in Matthew chapter 7, verses 13 and 14. Wide is a gate and broad is a way that leads to destruction, and there are many who go in by it. Narrow is a gate and difficult is the way which leads to life, and there are few who find it.
Hi, my name is Roseanne Sherry Barr. My Hebrew name is Shana Rivka, and I wrote this book, Roseanarchy, Dispatches from the Nut Farm, and it's about my Jewish upbringing and my Jewish ethics and my Jewish everything. You know, my book is kind of me rewriting Torah because, as they say, after you study Kabbalah for 50 years and are bearded, you are qualified to write commentary. And the kids now, they have this MILF thing, mothers I'd like to F. It's like kind of a porn thing. So the JILF is Jews I'd like to. And it's about my generation of JILFs. And how we have we are the sexiest and hottest of all women. And we have, had a world open to us that wasn't open to any women before us. To be able to openly study Kabbalah is that's a new thing. For JILFs.
And I wanted to know the answers. And I heard about these classes they were teaching. I heard they were very scientific in nature, not dogmatic and religious, and it didn't matter where you came from or what religious faith you were brought up in. And I heard the teacher was brilliant.
And he's a rabbi.
He's a rabbi, yeah.
So it's generally considered a sect of Judaism, is it not?
It is the mystical interpretation of the Torah.
See, I was speaking and I'm muted. Bleh.
Where does Kabbalah come from? The Kabbalah is a religion of the Antichrist and is a revelation of the government of Lucifer. The Kabbalah is the original religion from the serpent in Eden that tempted Eve with the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The serpent deceived her into believing she too could become like God. The great fall of man began with this forbidden tree, and this same tree is a Sephiroth tree in Kabbalah. Kabbalistic knowledge was passed down through satanic secret doctrines of the Chaldean, Phoenician, and Egyptian mystery religions, and was adopted and appropriated by the ancient Israelites while they were being held captive in Babylon between 600 and 500 BC. Kabbalah was then transmitted orally by the rabbis eventually to be interwoven into what is now considered modern Judaism, as they strayed far from God's commandments, perverting their religion. After the Jews were released from captivity, foreign conquest drove the wicked Pharisees to hide the powerful dark knowledge of the Kabbalah and make it secret.
So Kabbalah, but always taught in a very secretive group. You had to be on the inside to get the wisdom. You had to know somebody that knew somebody to get invited. Hey, meet me in the forest by the tree, and we have a small study group over there. So you had to be the right type of person. You had to have the right amount of wisdom, and you had to be trusted with this wisdom as well. It's not written for everyone to understand. It's written in a language. It's almost like a map that you need a key to decode. It's like any cryptology. It's written in a language that you need, but instead of, the language is decipherable in and of itself. It's written in Hebrew and Aramaic, and you can read it and translate the words, but the meaning of it, you need that key to really understand it. That as this was taught secretively in smaller groups in exclusive settings throughout the ages, throughout the centuries, it's important to remember that those teachers and those students did understand what it was talking about. Obviously, they understood it and they explained it, they taught it, and it was well understood.
Nixie Green, what the fuck's that?
This is not meant for everybody. And so we're going to leave it in esoteric language. Number one, people shouldn't understand it. Number two, they shouldn't try to understand it. And number three, it can remain kind of the exclusive hold of those that need access to it.
The Kabbalah is a collection of Jewish magical texts which were given to mankind via psychic communion with a fallen angel called Raziel. Raziel is one of a pantheon of so-called fallen angels who serve the light bringer Lucifer. The Kabbalah describes the many angels and demons who inhabit the spiritual realm. The Kabbalah gives Kabbalists a roadmap called the Tree of Life, which explains how to invoke and communicate with these powerful spirits. The magical information in the Kabbalah originates from Babylon and ancient Egypt at the time of the pharaohs, but did not reach Europe in printed form until the 11th and 12th centuries. The sacred books of the Kabbalah are just a few thousand words long, but they contain complex descriptions of a spherical Earth, parallel universes, and the atomic nature of matter, ideas which have become common doctrine amongst modern physicists and astronomers. How could such complex information be contained in a group of ancient texts barely larger than an average magazine? The answer is that the Kabbalah is written in code. Codes are used to conceal multi-layered complex information which would later be studied by medieval alchemists. Sir Isaac Newton and many leading scientists studied the rich occult sciences within the Kabbalah. There was a time when mysticism, religion, alchemy, astronomy, and astrology were studied as one Kabbalistically based tradition. Jewish physicist Albert Einstein conveyed pages and pages of complex calculations in a simple 5-symbol code. E equals mc squared. Modern-day quantum physics, chaos theory, and the notion of parallel universes can all be traced back to the original texts of the ancient Kabbalah.
When I first made the correlations between Kabbalah and science, I was stunned.
We do know that Isaac Newton had access to certain mystical texts, certain texts of the Kabbalah.
Well, the Kabbalistic description of creation is coming from a single little point, from a speck, and of having matter form and time and space form all together at the very beginning. This sounds very much to me like the description of the Big Bang.
All the things that could destroy string theory, all the things that do destroy every rival theory to string theory, they are all eliminated in precisely 10 and 26 dimensions. These dimensions are magic. We physicists don't know where these dimensions come from.
The Zohar says those things. It could have been a lucky guess. I don't know.
In her book, Deanne Lauper does a fantastic job at explaining why so many will be deceived by Kabbalah's enlightened pseudoscience quantum physics, and how it embodies the end times religious deception of ecumenism. As in Kabbalah, today's science of quantum physics is a study of the interconnectedness of all things. Matter and energy are said to be held together in a unified field of light. In simple terms, quantum physics is the observation of invisible particles. Atoms, electrons, monads, quarks, superstrings, frequencies, vibrations in another dimension, and the effect of those particles on the material world by the observer. Because everything is made of atoms, we are all one at the subatomic level. We are all part of this force of light that connects and holds everything together. Thus, it is said, the new science of quantum physics will prove what Kabbalah has always taught, that God is in every person.
Tutte le religioni sono un cammino per arrivare a Dio.
Because every religion is a way to arrive at God.
Dirò una comparazione, sono come diverse lingue, diversi idiomi per arrivare lì.
Sort of a comparison, an example would be they're sort of like different languages in order to arrive at God.
Qualcuno Sikh, qualcuno musulmano, qualcuno hindi, qualcuno cristiano, ma sono diversi cammini.
They're different paths.
Can you begin to see the picture that's being painted here? To the undiscerning, itching ears, Kabbalah sounds incredible, with its promises and revelation of divinity within every single person and with every single thing. But when all paths lead to God, then good and evil will eventually become blurred lines. Soon, the ideas of what is good and what is evil will become reversed and inverted. Truth will no longer exist, and those who seek it will ultimately be despised and hated. Let it be known to all of you and to all the people of Israel that by the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, whom you crucified, whom God raised from the dead, by him this man is standing before you well. This Jesus is the stone that was rejected by you, the builders, which has become the cornerstone. And there is salvation in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given among men by which we must be saved.
The higher secrets of the Kabbalah included instructions on how to kill a person with just one look. This is called the evil eye. The magical name for the evil eye is En-Ha-Ra. In a wax cylinder recording made in 1921, we can hear British black magician and part-time espionage agent Aleister Crowley invoking the fallen demon angel Raziel and En-Ra-Ha, the evil eye.
Aleister Crowley is one of the most famous practitioners of Kabbalah black magic.
Remember, there's somebody that visits the communities with the Ra tattoo.
He founded the religion of Thelema in the early 20th century. He called himself the most wicked man in the world, as well as labeling himself the 666 beast from the book of Revelation in the Bible. Aleister Crowley's work served as a basis for the famous Babylon working ritual, performed by the founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, and jet engine scientist Jack Parsons. The Kabbalistic ritual was an intense ceremony performed for months, from January through March 1946, near the future site of what would soon become Area 51. Aleister Crowley's black magic is practiced heavily within the modern music industry. He's on the cover of the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album. Evidence of Kabbalah witchcraft permeates the Beatles' music and artwork. Aleister Crowley's famous slogan of "Do what thou wilt" is used by rapper and husband to Beyoncé, Jay-Z, on his clothing line. David Bowie referenced Aleister in the lyrics to Quicksand, and Ozzy Osbourne paid tribute to him with a whole song titled Mr. Crowley. Jimmy Page, the lead singer of Led Zeppelin, was heavily influenced by Crowley's writings and teachings, and he even owned a house that was previously occupied by Crowley.
That was the one in Scotland, wasn't it?
Do What Thou Wilt was also printed on one of Led Zeppelin's vinyl albums.
Oh, bird's nest, come on now.
Since
I said
medieval
play
times,
nicely.
the Jewish people have been considered a race of magicians. The biblical rabbis used shaman-type techniques to induce altered states of consciousness. Fasting, flagellation, and burying oneself up to the neck were all techniques used to prepare the rabbi magician for a battle through the
See, it isn't only the Muslims that flagellate and self-flagellation, the Jews do it as well.
7 portals of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, where they would eventually meet the supreme deity in a realm called the Merkaba. Ritual sex magic was also practiced amongst some Jewish cults. Many temples had holes in the walls so that rabbis could ritually sodomize a prostitute, a young man, or a boy, and invoke the fallen angel Raziel as they reached sexual climax. The word sodomy is derived from the name of the biblical city of Sodom, in which sex magic and also blood sacrifice were widely practiced. A strange version of vampirism, or blood drinking, is still practiced to this day by many rabbis, who suck the blood from the freshly severed foreskin of newborn babies.
In the Halachit, in Yeridea, that's the second section of the 4 sections of Halacha called the Shulchan Aruch, the set table, in chapter 266, Halacha 3, 4, 5, and 6, he describes how the circumcision is to be done. He says after the cutting, the mohel does what is called mitzitza, and mitzitza means to suck, and it means doing so with his mouth. You have to have a quick suction action. You have to have more pliability. So saliva is not a bad thing. Saliva has elements of cleaning, of antiseptic elements within it.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't at all. Because if you smack somebody in the mouth and you split your knuckle open on their tooth, yeah, my hand swelled up like I don't know what, yeah, I still got the scar. I ended up in hospital because I had lumps under my armpit and great big swelling in my arm and all through my hand because you get blood poisoning from a human bite. So that's all part of saliva, you know. And we know what diseases have been spread by certain mitzvah bepeth. Nah, it's not right, man.
And the other part of it is that the suction process of the mouth is quicker, more pliable, and it's more exact and works much better.
Call Yisrael.
For centuries, when a Jewish baby boy
Hello,
is born,
Max.
the ancient ritual of circumcision is performed. Religious leaders know.
Right, I have to keep pausing. I'm just giving what he does to me on other channels. See, I don't have this bullshit in here next day. Right, fucking people come in my chat and they come in the chat to listen to what's being said or what's being played. Right? Don't come into my chat. None of you come into the chat and have fucking arguments of what's going on other fucking streams. Take it all back to the other streams. Or fucking throw up your own lives and fucking argue in your own lives. Bird's Nest normally comes in and is fucking solid in the chat and fucking adds to whatever is being played or whatever I'm talking about. Whether you two are falling out somewhere else, then fall out back over there. It's crazy. Crazy, man. To stop it. And what you're going on about, Zara, I mean, she's fucking cappuccino herself. So, you know, I'm cappuccino. What? You know? I don't know what the problem is. Fuck's sake, man. How you doing, Max? Oh, I got some good stuff yesterday, Max. Some really interesting stuff. You'll be proud.
Known as moils, also engage in something controversial during the bris. In a practice known as metzitza b'peh, or just MBP, the moil actually uses his mouth to suck the blood from the infant's penis after he cuts off the foreskin.
In his translation of the book called the Sefer.
No, I watched this like 3 fucking times, right? When he puts that glass to his mouth, it looks like it's got red wine in it, doesn't it? It looks like he's swallowing, not fucking spitting, doesn't it? Exactly, Michael. But it looks like he's swallowing, not spitting, doesn't it? It didn't have liquid in there already.
In a practice known as metzitza b'peh, or just MBP, the moil actually uses his mouth to suck the blood from the infant's penis after he cuts off the foreskin.
In his translation of the book called the Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation, which is a basic Kabbalistic handbook that the priests had control over for hundreds, if not thousands of years. In his treatise, Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan says something incredible. The mouth and the genitalia are together with an expression of the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The genitalia and the mouth, what do they have to do? What do they represent? The mouth is also symbolic of the receiver, symbolic of the female element within the human, within the male. the Shekhinah, the divine presence, is seen as the mouth that speaks Torah. It's also seen as the receiver for all of the divine forces of energy that come from the higher levels and are expressed through the Malchut. And so creation comes from Malchut, and Malchut relates directly to the mouth that speaks truth, the mouth that prays properly and says the words of Torah.
The Shekinah.
The genitalia allows for the connection to combine, to create a living, breathing child. But it has to go through the process of the purification of the mouth with the genitalia. The idea behind it is that for a holy soul to be revealed, there has to be holy genitalia and a holy mouth.
The collection of texts called the Kabbalah were eventually transcribed by Rabbi Isaac the Blind in Provence in the south of France during the 12th century. For the first time in its 6,000-year history, the ancient magical techniques of invoking fallen demonic angels and killing someone using the evil eye were put down on paper. The Kabbalistic writings of Isaac the Blind fell into the hands of a group of 9 French noblemen. These noblemen became known as the Knights Templar. The word cabal, meaning a group who conspire together, comes from the word Kabbalah. One such cabal, who were to later inspire a whole armada of black magic cults and Freemasonry, were the so-called Knights Templar. They laughingly called themselves the Poor Knights of Christ, but these men were far from poor. They deliberately styled themselves as monks so that they could go about their Luciferian Kabbalistic studies and conduct business without being taxed nor arouse suspicion from the Vatican. The Kabbalistic higher secrets of ritual sodomy, the evil eye, chanting incantations, necromancy, blood sacrifice, and invoking the fallen angels in service to Lucifer fascinated the French Knights Templar. They realized that the Kabbalah originated in Palestine, and once they had realized that the Kabbalah was the key to untold spiritual magical power, they cunningly planned a bloody crusade to Palestine in order to search for more Kabbalistic and magical artifacts. They eventually discovered and looted the Temple of Solomon. Solomon was a biblical magician king who is accredited.
They spent years under the Temple of Solomon. All the tunnels that are under the temple, under the old temple, and wall dug out by the Templars. They were the ones that were supposed to have had the the Ark of the Covenant, and yeah, they fell out with the Pope big style, didn't they? Held the Pope to ransom.
With inspiring large parts of the corpus of works we now know as the Kabbalah. The Knights Templar arrived in Palestine with one main goal: to stop the Muslims from gaining any knowledge about the Kabbalah. Historical Islamic oral accounts from the 12th century testify to a sickening crusade of plunder, torture, murder, and sexual depravity. The Knights Templar, once they had discovered the magical teachings of the Kabbalah, were dedicated utterly to destroying its origins so that they might hold its secrets exclusively. Archaeologists have found ample evidence of tunnels constructed by the Templars in Jerusalem.
Oh, there you go. And big up all you right-wingers that go round thinking you're Templars.
They are. After 200 years of Kabbalistic magic and bloodthirsty crusades, wantonly murdering children, women, and engaging in ritualized sodomy, the French Knights Templar were rounded up, tortured, and executed.
Not the story we were told. I've done the whole Templar thing on here twice, Sarah. Where have you been? Rob Random tried and Rob Random fucked it up, if you remember. And I jumped up to help him. The Huguenots. Don't know you, like. No, Peter.
Many confessions told of the Knights Templar monks ritually sodomizing each other, invoking evil spirits, and implanting these spirits into animals such as cats. Various black magic artifacts were confiscated from castles owned by the Knights Templar, including silver caskets containing desiccated heads and skulls.
Skull and bones.
The Knights Templar referred to these heads as baphomets. They were placed at the center of a round table. Templars would then conduct a seance invoking the spirit of Lucifer to speak through the head.
Yes,
The
tight.
most damning information exposed them as anti-Christs. Several Knights Templar confessed that the image of Jesus was spat upon and trampled during Kabbalistic rituals, a satanic tradition which is still practiced to this day at lodges of the Ordo Templi Orientis.
Still practiced today in Israel. We just witnessed it last week, didn't we? In Lebanon, the IDF soldier chopping down the statue of Christ and then beheading him.
Which was once headed by Aleister Crowley's. Many Knights Templar bribed their way out of prison and escaped to Scotland and the Mediterranean island of Malta.
Maltese Cross.
They first renamed themselves the Sovereign Knights of Malta, and then, after establishing trade routes to North America long before Christopher Columbus, they re-emerged in Scotland, calling themselves Freemasons. All versions.
Yeah, Rob Random did it from the Y-Files, and the Y-Files got it all ass about face.
Of Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, the Skull and Bones, the Palladian Rite of Freemasonry, Co-Masonry, Scottish Rite Masonry, the Ku Klux Klan, and Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis are derived from the original Kabbalistic rituals of the Knights Templar.
That's why when Donald Trump was asked about the Bible in one of his interviews the other day, he couldn't give a Bible passage, and he just kept saying the Bible, the Bible, the Bible. You know, he couldn't give you anything from the Bible. He's a 33-degree Mason, and he's a Kabbalist.
Albert Pike said this about Freemasonry in this very book. He says that Freemasonry is based almost totally on the Kabbalah.
Yes.
Jewish magic.
Yes.
And many Jewish rabbis have admitted this, and they say that in all of the rituals of Freemasonry, you will find the Kabbalah, the system of magic of the Jews. For example, the 30th degree of Freemasonry is the Knights of Kadosh.
Yes.
And it involves skulls and black robes.
Hey up, Paddy.
A knight laying in a coffin speaking from the dead.
Yes.
And all of this turning to the god of the underworld, the gods of the underworld, is all related to Jewish Kabbalah because they believe in necromancy, communication with the dead. And they believe that in the last days, a Kabbalistic master will come upon the earth, and there will be a Jewish utopia, a new world order of the Jews. But they must go along with what are called the Noahide laws and be good Gentiles and go along with Kabbalah. And if they recognize that the Holy Spirit is the serpent. And by the way, that's also taught in the 32nd degree of Freemasonry, that is, the serpent is the Holy Spirit.
Right.
And he is going to encircle the earth.
Yeah, that's right, Tyke.
On July 14th, 1889, 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike revealed the God they worship in the Masonic lodges when issuing instructions to the 23rd Supreme Councils of the world. We worship a God, but it is the God one adores without superstition. To you, Sovereign Grand Inspectors General, 33rd degree Masons, we say this, that you may repeat it to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees. The Masonic religion should be, by all of us initiates of the high degrees, maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, whose deeds prove cruelty, perfidy, and hatred of man, barbarism, and repulsion for science, would Adonai and his priests calumniate him? Yes, Lucifer is God, and unfortunately, Adonai is also God. For the eternal law is that there is no light without shade, no beauty without ugliness, no white without black. For the absolute can only exist as two gods, darkness being necessary to light to serve as its foil. Thus, the doctrine of Satanism is a heresy, and the true and pure philosophic religion is a belief in Lucifer, the equal of Adonai. But Lucifer, God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil. Masonry is a search after light. That search leads us directly back to the Kabbalah. All Masonic associations owe Kabbalah their secrets and their symbols. Albert Pike from Morals and Dogma. The following quote is taken from Manly P. Hall in his book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, on page 124. When the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is a proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands, and before he may step onward and upward, he must prove his ability to properly apply energy. The theories of Kabbalism are inextricably interwoven with the tenets of alchemy, Hermeticism, Rosicrucianism, and Freemasonry. Manly P. Hall, 33rd degree Freemason.
And sodomy.
Kabbalah and the Androgyny Agenda. The following is from the book Beware the World to Come by Christopher John Bjerknes, the world's leading and most extensive secular researcher into the Kabbalah. The Jewish mystical set of beliefs known as Kabbalah professes that the corruption of the androgyne gods and of androgynous Adam into distinctly male and female forms was a terrible calamity that needs to be rectified through a process the Kabbalists call tikkun olam. This expression means that Jewish people must repair the world. They believe that this process of repairing the damage began about 6,000 years ago, when Adam was created, then divided into Adam and Eve, and needs to be completed now, or terrible things will happen. Fixing human beings by making them androgynous will also repair the gods and return them to their androgynous state, because what happens on earth affects what happens in heaven. The androgyny agenda is a religious agenda. It is a Kabbalistic agenda. This androgyny-based ancient religion holds that not only are male and female one being in the proper order of things, but that the beginning and end of history are also of one and the same form. That is to say, that human beings...
Why are they pushing so much transgenderism? Why have they just, spent like the whole morning speaking about transgenderism in Parliament? Where do your 8 thingy-majiggies come from? They come from the Talmud.
Must and will return back to their original state of androgyny and mirror the gods, who will follow suit and once again become androgynes when the world has been repaired, as above, so below. For example, according to Kabbalah, humanity was created about 6,000 years ago in the androgynous form of Adam, and must return to that androgynous state in the world to come, Olam Haba. In fact,
see a picture?
It is a Kabbalistic agenda. This androgyny-based ancient religion holds that not only are male and female one being in the proper order of things, but that the beginning and end of history are also of one and the same form.
Means you have the Shekinah in you. And when they're davening, they're copulating with Shekinah. Davening is when they're doing that rocking backwards and forwards at the Wailing Wall, or when they're reading the Torah or the Talmud. It's called davening. I will finish the video of davening and Shekinah.
That is to say, that human beings must and will return back to their original state of androgyny and mirror the gods, who will follow suit and once again become androgynes when the world has been repaired, as above, so below. For example, according to Kabbalah, humanity was created about 6,000 years ago in the androgynous form of Adam, and must...
There you go, the androgynous form of Adam. There's your male, there's your female. That's why they're pushing it, Zara. That's what I've been telling everybody. They've been doing it ever, the gay capital of the world. Who was the first person to carry out the transgenderism? Who was the first person that carried out the operation, and who did he carry out the operation on? I've been saying it for time. So I don't know how you didn't know it. Well, I've been saying it for long enough. Yeah. This is why they're pushing it. Your 8 genders come from the Talmud. All these genders that are running around schools, and all these people with blue rinses or blue hair and everything else, and you know, this parading around London every year. It's all this. It's all this sick stuff. I don't understand your accent, Pasty. So if I speak like Book, then I'm all right.
Return to that androgynous state in the world to come, Olam Haba. In fact, the Messianic age, which is about to begin, will not arrive unless and until human beings are converted back into androgynes. The clock then began to run on a countdown of 6,000 years, during which time it is hoped that the descendants of Adam and Eve will have repaired the world and merged back together into androgynous beings. Androgynous Adam had within him, her, all the 600,000 twin souls of the Jews, the androgynous souls of all the Jews that had become separated into male and female half-souls when Adam split.
You get it now with your pronouns? Him, her, all your pronouns? Where does it come from? Ugh.
Into Adam and Eve. One of androgynous twin souls resides on Earth and is separated into its male aspect and its female aspect. Jews are reincarnated over and over again during the 6 days or 6,000 years of creation, because they are imperfect and must repair themselves bit by bit in each successive incarnation of their half-souls. Their beliefs in some respects mirror those of Hinduism, Buddhism, Pythagoreanism, and Platonism. They repair themselves and the world by following the 613 commandments or mitzvot of their Canaanite gods, El and Asherah, whom they have renamed Yahweh and Shekinah.
I have a secret. I'm gonna try and show why I believe that my celebrity crush, Jake Gyllenhaal, is actually born a woman, a biological female who's transformed into a male by use of puberty blockers, HRT, hormone replacement therapy, before puberty. So it's not like Jake was a woman and then just turned into a man. I mean, Jake never went through puberty of a woman. So therefore, Jake just turned into a young man. Someone who looks like a young man on the outside, but actually has the skeleton and probably the underneath parts of a female. So I believe Jake Gyllenhaal has a vagina. It's definitely very difficult to know where to begin, so I'll just start by showing you some open trans men.
Hi, my name is Cam, and this is my voice 15 minutes on T.
Hi, my name is Cam, and this is my voice 1 month auntie.
Hi, my name is Cam, and this is my voice 5 months auntie.
Hi, my name is Cam, and this is my voice 7 months auntie.
Hi, my name is Cam, and I'm 1 year auntie.
Well, actually, my family is in a business.
Remember, this is what Urban Roots wanted his friends to do to their child. Or didn't want them to do it. He advised them to do it. Unbelievable.
So there was a lot of support, and always has been, and it was actually on the other side of the spectrum, if you could say that. It wasn't the apathetic father and not supportive. It was complete support.
So Jake just told us there that his parents were in the industry, okay? This is a huge clue, a huge connection that I always try to show you guys, because people ask me all the time, how does it work with their parents? Their parents practice this religion too. Please understand that these are not just heterosexual families who, decided to just sell their child off and trans them to become a part of the industry. It's an industry-wide deception of transgender people, deceptively transgendered people. This goes into the Adam Kadmon, and Adam Kadmon is a religious Jewish prototype. People ask me all the time, why would anybody want to change their gender? And, this goes into Adam Kadmon ideology. This is their religion. And this is not something that I just made up. You can go look this up for yourself. You can read into it. You can see what they believe. It's all written down. And remember, this is never about one specific person. The only reason that I chose Jake Gyllenhaal to show you is because I did have a crush on Jake Gyllenhaal, and it's ego-shattering to find out that you've been lusting after the same sex. So for those of you who are not at all familiar with the content that I share, I guess I will show you some open male to female transgenders so that you have an easier time discerning what it is that I am trying to show you. This is what they look like. Okay, please, they've given you a misconception in the mass media of what transgender looks like. See the man face? Do you see the man face? It's just fake. Fake.
I just want to pause right here for a moment and reiterate that although this research sounds, under today's very politicized and politically correct atmosphere, it might sound like this is anti-Semitic, quote unquote, or bigoted. However, we're just going where the research into their own writings take us. And here's a disclaimer from the author Christopher John Bjerknes on page 26 of his book. Please note that throughout this book, the religious views expressed are not those of your present author, but rather a representation of the views and beliefs of those who have pursued the extermination agenda and the androgyny agenda throughout history. Your author does not believe in ancient or current mythologies of any kind. Even if you start out reading this book with no knowledge whatsoever of Gnosticism or Kabbalism, you will learn sacred secrets and come to understand mystical doctrines known only to a few adepts alive today. Okay, with that said, let's resume. According to the Kabbalah, when the Jewish meta-god Ein Sof decided to create the universe, it first contracted itself to make way for the divine light of its being to enter the newly created vacuous space, Tzimtzum, and form the objects of creation. The Ein Sof then placed its divine light into 10 vessels to contain it. 7 of these Sephirotic vessels tragically shattered and introduced shards of Tohu Va Bohu, chaos and void, into creation. The fragmented vessels covered the divine sparks of light in shells of darkness, Kelipat, which need to be purged from the world so that purity and light can fill the world and take the place of the evil shells within the Tzimtzum, the vacuum, which arose when the Ein Sof contracted itself. This process of removing evil and revealing divine sparks of light, ridding the world of the shells of darkness to leave room for the light, is called Tikkun Olam, which term means the restoration of the world by the descendants of Adam and Eve, the Jews, who are composed of the divine light. Gentiles are shells of darkness which conceal the light and clutter the Tzimtzum with their evil presence. In order for the vacuum to be filled with the good of light and only with divine light, Gentiles must cease to exist, because they are not only evil darkness incarnate, but are shells that conceal and displace the holy light. Darkness must give way to light, and Gentiles, who are called the sons of darkness, must give way to the Jews, who are styled the sons of light, so that the universe can be restored to its original perfect state of purity and order in the world to come. And human beings and the gods must return to their perfect androgynous state. Gentiles are not only sons of darkness, meaning that Satan created them by sleeping with Eve to bear Cain. They are also daughters of the strange god Satan.
It's all in that other book that I've been reading as well. I mean, it's about all your wars. I mean, all your wars of killing Goy, killing the Christian, killing the Goy. When you ask a Jew about Goys, they come out with something about 4,000 slaves for them, but they don't want us as slaves. They just want to get rid of us.
The only means that the Jews have to reform the androgynous godhead of Yahweh and Shekinah is to make human beings androgynous and to build the third temple to their gods in Jerusalem. Because the gods in heaven mirror what the Jewish people do on earth, should the Jews once again become androgynes, the gods will also become androgynous, and order will return to heaven and to earth. This tikkun, or repair,
The people who've been trying for years and years and years for the third temple have been raising the money for the third temple. They've been funding Tommy Rubinstein. I've shown that before as well.
of Shekinah and Yahweh into an androgynous form also entails the restoration of the Jewish people to Palestine, the reconstruction of the temple, and the extermination of the Gentiles, whose souls are evil darkness. Shekinah will not return to Yahweh unless and until the temple, their bedchamber, is rebuilt. During the 6th day of creation, the Jews must prepare the way for the Sabbath millennium and wage their war of genocidal conquest on the Gentiles and win it so that they can enjoy the peaceful and relaxing 7th day of rest. They must also atone for the sins of the Jewish people and redeem themselves. In the 6th day, the Jews must work extra hard to ready things for the end times, particularly in the last 400 years of the 6th millennium, when the birth pangs of the Messiah, Shevle Mashiach, begin and become more frequent and more painful, just like a woman's contractions do when she gives birth. The Jews had to be redeemed in this period, and the process had to be especially painful and violent. The Gentiles have to be completely destroyed in this 400-year period in an ever-intensifying and accelerating series of calamities. They will then be able to rest for the next 1,000 years, while Gentile slaves perform all the work of the Jews, just as Shabbos Goyim perform all the work of the Jews on the Sabbath. That is, until such a time as robotics technology makes Gentile slaves obsolete, unnecessary, and redundant, at which point they will be completely exterminated.
Now, where the player, where did he get to? Where was it? Yeah. That is until such time as robotics technology makes Gentile slaves obsolete, right? Now, if Epstein is still alive, he's alive for one reason and one reason only, and that's not his eugenics that he was working with, because as well as eugenics, you had Epstein, you've got Peter Thiel, you've got what's he called? The richest man in the world. What's the silly man called? The one that owns Twitter? Doing all this mind uploading. The enemy of my enemy is not my friend. Yes, Blunt. Elon Musk, yeah. They've all been Daniel, they've all been working on this for years. I got a video of all the 860,000 emails, yeah, and all of it was about human cloning. The SSR, human cloning, yeah, and taking your brain, taking your memories, taking your brain, because people have been freezing their brains, and then uploading them into a robot body. And I think what Elon Musk said is, you aren't the same today as you were yesterday. When somebody asked him a question, well, if you're uploading into a robot, then you aren't the same person, are you? It's only in your memories. And Elon's answer was, you're not the same person as you were yesterday. Try and upload consciousness, yeah. But it's all mad. I think I got that video somewhere where somebody has meticulously gone through all the emails and found everything to do with becoming robots, humanoid robots. It's mad. And I think that's why he's still alive. And he was giving 100,000 here, 3 million there. Rothschilds were involved in it. All of them were involved in it. Some of the scientists, I'd never heard of some of them. No, fuck that. I came here when Spider started. What's that, Spike? Well, that's it, bird's nest. Where are all these missing scientists? It's all gone quiet again, hasn't it?
The Zohar explains the correlation between the Sabbath blessings and rituals and the plan for the Jews to conquer humanity in the last 400 years of the 6th millennium, starting in 1840 AD. The Zohar iterates a prophecy of Yesod, which represents a prolonged and intensifying series of disasters, commencing on the 600th year of the 6th millennium, 1840 AD or 5600 on the Hebrew calendar. Kabbalists had permission to spread the Kabbalah in 1840, which was a very special year, the 600th year of the 6th millennium. This was the year that the Zohar predicted that the gates of wisdom would be open in heaven and the fountains of wisdom would spring forth on earth. Joel David Baxt quoted several statements which attest to this fact in his book, The Josephic Messiah, Leviathan, Metatron, and the Sacred Serpent, The Secret Doctrine of the Gaon of Vilna, Volume 2. Prior to 1840, the study of Kabbalah was a closed book to all but the initiated. Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, Talmudist, ethicist, and leader of the Musar movement. Thus, from 1840 onwards, permission has been granted for those who truly desire to enter within. The Kabbalah is no longer the private domain of the initiated masters. The Renaissance, followed by the Enlightenment, and Lurianic Kabbalah, followed by Reformed Judaism, opened the fountains of wisdom and unleashed the evil serpent of science as a modern manifestation of the Messiah, son of Joseph, the Messiah anointed for war. The Reformation caused Rome to fall to pieces. The massive destruction with technology made possible in the world wars delivered Israel and brought down Gentile government and destroyed the monarchies of Europe and the Middle East. Cain and Cain were men of science who employed the knowledge of Satan to refine the arts of war. They are the archetypes of the Messiah, son of Joseph. The Zohar calculates the year of the arrival of the Messiah based upon the Hebrew letter Vav, which is also the all-important number 6 in Hebrew of the 6th millennium. I just want to pause right here real quick and say that anytime the Kabbalah or Judaism talks about their Messiah, they're actually referring to the Antichrist of the Bible. Okay, resume. And after 600 years of the 6,000, there will be opened the gates of wisdom above, and the fountains of wisdom below, and the world will make preparations on the 6th day of the week, when the sun is about to set. Zohar Prophecy of Yesod. Kabbalists dread peace between Islam and Christendom, and have been agitating for war between these Jewish derivative faiths from the beginning. Muslims and Christians have a common enemy, who fears that should Christendom and Islam ever unite to defeat those Jewish forces who wish them both dead, the Jews will be defeated and their planned utopian world to come will be lost forever. Though Jews have historically at times sided with.
Hence, if you actually go and speak to a proper Muslim, yeah, not one of these extremists, they have no problem. They live together. We had no problem. And the Muslims are the brooms of Israel. And the division is caused, and the, you know, like Tommy Robinson does, is caused to create the hatred between us. Because if we actually united, what would happen? Well, they keep changing the year, don't they? I mean, that's why they were, yeah, divided. That's why they were doing that thing in the tunnels, weren't they, on the mattresses, and the Book of the Dead blunt. Oh, 100% winning with it. AI, the new god. Yeah, I'm guilty of using AI as well.
Christians against Muslims, and Muslims against Christians whenever it is good for the Jews, and often pitted them against one another. The Zohar 3:282a expresses an extremely negative view of both Jesus and the Prophet Muhammad. In 1844, soon after the fountain.
Prophet Muhammad is false. You can keep your Prophet Muhammad. Oh, look, there's Disraeli there, the Jewish Prime Minister. Oh, yeah, it says it up there. Disraeli is also in that book.
Of wisdom were opened in 1840. Benjamin Disraeli, who was to become the first Jewish Prime Minister of England, revealed the fact that there would soon be a tidal wave of revolutions across Europe, which would be instigated by Jews. Disraeli knew at least 4 years in advance that the Marxist revolutions of 1848 were about to happen and who was leading them. Disraeli knew these things 4 years before Marx published the Communist Manifesto. Disraeli disclosed these plans in his book, Coningsby, or The New Generation.
Yep.
Communists grant the state power to raise children and force women to work, thereby destroying the family. Communism is another Kabbalah extermination agenda. It is also a dysgenic agenda, which genocides the hated bourgeoisie, the most successful members of Gentile society, while often replacing them with a privileged ruling Jewish elite. It breeds the worst with the best to breed the best out of existence. Lenin and Trotsky passed around the brightest, most promising young women among the
You only got to look at our own government, let alone every other government. You only got to look at our own government. I mean, Keir Starmer, who's he married to? You only got to look what's going on in government. Labour Friends of Israel, Conservative Friends of Israel. You only got to look. Well, governments are just absolutely taken over, aren't they? You only got to look at it. And it's been a thing that's been done year in, year out for forevermore. And then you say that and people go, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Well, no, it's there in their own writing. We've seen it with communism. We've seen it with Russia. We see it with Trump. We see who's giving Trump all the big money. You see it with AIPAC. You see it in France. You see it all over. And anybody that doesn't bow down to Israel, bombed and war and sanctioned, aren't they?
Lowest and most degenerate Bolshevik soldiers and criminals. Many of the Bolshevik rapists and genocidal mass murderers were Chinese, whom the Jews imported to assist them in the slaughter of 30 million Eastern Europeans by 1923. The Jews and their gods eagerly await the kingdom of the world to come and the restoration of androgyny. Just as the Amalekite Gentiles must be exterminated, the Jews ingathered and the temple rebuilt in order for Shekinah to again cleave to Yahweh, the androgynous Godhead. So too must Jews return to the androgynous state of Adam, for the Godhead to be restored to its original androgynous form. The transhumanist movement and the postgenderists seek to use the technologies of gene manipulation and cloning to create androgynous and immortal post-humans, who are supposedly created in the original form of Adam before Eve was separated out from Adam, and before humanity was cursed with death and childbirth. Esau is the acknowledged name of the Gentiles among Jews, and they often refer to Gentiles as Esau or Amalek when they speak to fellow Jews about exterminating or otherwise harming Gentiles. Esau is used as form of code for Gentile, which Jews often use to keep their intentions hidden from the Gentiles.
And also in the book of Deuteronomy, we speak about the mitzvah to destroy and to annihilate the nation of Amalek. Says the Rambam in Mitzvah 188, and also 189, and also in Negative Commandment 59, that there's a mitzvah and a command to...
Now, somebody disbelieved me and I brought up the Rambam. Right. Now, Donald Trump also reset up the Sanhedrin. So this will go into a bit about it in a minute, I think. Right, but Noahide laws. Idolaters must be punished by death. Jesus is an idol. Beheading is the most humane form of capital punishment. The Sanhedrin courts will be reinstated by the Mashiach to enforce the Noahide laws in their new world order. One world, one government, one ruler, one religion. Right? We've been saying it for a long time. People haven't understood what you're saying. Now, Trump, and they carried out the Sanhedrin. They carried out. They sacrificed the lambs. Did the sacrifices. I showed it all on here. And the Trump coin. You got Trump on one side and Cyrus the Great on the other side, and they were calling him Cyrus, etc., etc. So Kabbalah code names for all non-Jews today, which are to be destroyed: Amalek, Amalekites, Esau, Esav or Usav, Edom, Edomites, Goy, Goyim, idol worshippers. Anybody that's a Christian is an idol worshipper. Jesus they call an idol. So we are idolatrous, and our punishment via them is punishment by beheading. These names above include every other race and religion beside Jews on earth, especially Christians. And every single war has been about killing Christians. The atomic bombs, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Christians. Who pulled the button to release the bomb? A Jewish man. It's blood libel, isn't it? Blood sacrifice. Well, there's no such thing as Christian Zionism, Zara, you know, but the Christian evangelicists, however you fucking say it, the evangelical Christians, yeah, they're Christian Zionists. It's all perverted. It's all perverse. Yeah, the none in Palestine. It's all mad. Been saying it for time, and people shut you down, and people want proof, and people want information. Well, PP wanted information, so I dug this one up for him. But he'll still worship his God, will PP? His God of Israel. The same as Tommy Tards, they all worship their God of Israel. They all got their Star of Rampham. They all got their flag flying. Unite the kingdom, but we'll have 100 flags of the Star of Rampham. Yeah, if they all flew the St. George's flag, then they'd be flying St. George, the Palestinian Christian from Palestine, wouldn't they? Yeah, Vincent tried shutting me down on that one again the other night. His mother was Palestinian, he was Palestinian. That's why his body's in Lud, Palestine, in the catacomb. That's why his church is still there. And right next to his church, adjoined to his church actually, is a mosque. Yeah, exactly, Peter. But people don't go down the rabbit hole, Peter. People don't do research. They just go by, you know, Tommy's told me, so everything's okay. He's just a shell. He's just out for money. No interest. I mean, if it's Unite the Kingdom, why have we got all these foreigners come in to do speeches? Why would you have all these foreigners? Why would you have Kabbalists standing on stage to do speeches? Yeah. Why would you have all these Zionists come in and do speeches when the Zionists want nothing but to kill Jews, for starters? Zionists don't want Jews. They kill Jews. They sacrificed Jews during World War II. They sacrificed the Jews to get Israel. The Balfour Declaration was going to be torn up and ripped up and thrown away on a white paper. It wasn't going to happen. So they blew up the King David Hotel and started killing British troops. Well, you know, you do take a break, but everything comes back to it. You know, religion is the root of all evil, isn't it? And we've said it for thousands of years. Religion is the root of all evil. You know, the biggest business in the world, the biggest business in the UK was the Church of England. It was the biggest business, the richest business. Oh, Genghis. It was the richest in the world, wasn't it? The Vatican. You know, Catholics and Protestants in Ireland. Yeah, who caused all that? Well, that other book shows you who caused it. World War I, who caused it? Yeah. Disraeli, he knew. He was a Jew, Prime Minister of England. He knew it 4 years before it happened because it was all there. Bolshevism, communism. All your world leaders in USSR were all Jews. Just mental. Just mental. Whoa, Genghis. Whoa. Knights Templar and the Vatican. Yeah. Well, that's where you got women working. You know, women working to split up the family. It was Bolsheviks. And then it was pushed by what were those women called? What were those women? They were actually designated a terrorists eventually. Oh, what are they called? I can't think what they're called. Oh, I can't remember what those women were called. Yeah, they wanted all the women's rights and all that lot, and then like the government went, oh yeah, loose women, and the government went, oh yeah, right, we'll let women go to work now because we can tax them. Babushka. No, the protesters. Suffragettes, that's it. Thank you, SR. We have got an intelligent person in the chat. Yeah, they got women's rights, didn't they? But it was all funded and pushed. By whom? By whom? The same Bolsheviks, communism, the same ones that pushed it in the USSR. And the same ones funded the suffragettes. Same ones that funded Black Lives Matter, the same ones that have funded lots of black things, even though, you know, they're guilty of the slavery in the first place. Suffragettes came out of the Fabians. And what are the Fabians?
Wipe out from among all the descendants of Esav, the descendants of Amalek, male and female, young and old.
Esav, who is the symbol of all the nations, Christians or not. Esav, who in modern day terms is really basically, certainly one of them is America.
What's the difference between Edom and Amalek? We spoke about Edom being the grandfather of Amalek. Amalek is Germany, so who's Edom? Edom includes most of Europe. It includes the United States of America. It's the Roman Empire that was never destroyed. But for those who don't understand that Italy is the seat of the Roman Empire of Edom, even though Edom is scattered, many other nations today that speak Latin languages that have something of the Roman Empire, including America. They are first. So Edom is everywhere, and the United States of America is also part of Edom.
It all started, of course, with Esav. Esav became Edom, which is a nation. Edom became Rome. The Torah says Esav is Edom. The Gemara says, the Talmud says, that Edom is Rome, Zuraymi.
Edom becomes America. Why? Because America is Edom, after all.
As our sages said, Halakha Esav soneh leYaakov. It is a law of nature that Esav will always hate the Jewish people. Will hate Jacob. Jacob is the Jewish people.
109 countries, 2,500 times or something, they were said the other day. 109 countries, but 2,500 times. Everybody is saying that oh, what's the matter with my brain, man? I tell you, every time I put these headphones on, I'm sure I go brain dead. Restore. What's he called? Rupert Lowe. But then Rupert Lowe, if you become a member of him, you go into the name of his members, and it's actually the person that allowed them back into England, Cromwell. I saw somebody write in the chat the other day, we need a Cromwell. An hour and 59 minutes of it, Genghis. It's all about Kabbalah, mysticism, cultism, Aleister Crowley. But I will be leaving it up anyway. Your mic is loud compared to the video, Pasty. Satanism, Saturn, Black Cube. Yeah, but I was in I can't remember whose chat I was in. And they're all going on about it, and they're like, you all that thick. You're all that thick. And all supposed to be civic nationalists. And it's like, wow, you just really are that thick. Well, that's right, tight Judah. Yeah, it is a good video, Genghis. You know me. I like to bring the facts. And it's most of it is all done by Jewish people, Genghis. Well, all of it is all done, all the information comes from the Jews, comes from rabbis, and the person who's narrated it is a Christian. Yeah, I mean, even Michael thinks it's interesting, and Michael normally falls asleep.
And Esav is the non-Jewish world.
In Isaiah chapter 63, the day of the great and terrible day of the Lord, it says that the Lord will come out from a place called Edom, and he will crush Edom. Now, I'm just a broadcaster here, okay? In Jewish understanding, Edom is really talking about the Christianity.
Who is Amalek? Amalek is Reshit Go'im. The Jews were so revered by the entire world when they came out of Egypt. But when Amalek, which is the grandchild of Esav, Yaakov's brother, saw them, Amalek came and attacked the Jews. And therefore God commands us that we should never forget this. This is why the most important Torah reading of the year is Zachor. God commands Moses to tell Yoshua that he must annihilate Amalek. And this battle between Amalek, good and evil, goes from generation to generation. Because Amalek is darkness. They're the antithesis to godliness and holiness. Everything the Jewish nation stands for, if the Jewish nation stands for humility, godliness, light, they are darkness. And we are commanded to destroy this, because Amalek is not only a physical nation, it's a spiritual energy. It's a negative force of darkness.
It's mitzvah from the Torah, one of the 613 commandments, is to remember to erase the nation of Amalek, the memory of them even, not only physically to erase them from the face of the earth.
So they're literally telling you what is written in their Torah. They're literally telling you that they need to erase us. Literally telling you, you know, and it's all about blood libel. What you've had 3 on there, 4 on there now. You see the 4th one up there, and it's all about erasing the Gentile, the Goyim. But when you say that, you can actually see it coming out of they're the ones speaking, yeah. But if you repeat it, you're supposed to be an anti-Semite. It's like, do what? No, it came out of your mouth, mate. You can't call me an anti-Semite if it comes out of your own mouth. Do you want to erase us?
Anything that reminds us about them is mitzvah to dismiss and to erase it from the face of the earth. Hashem say to King Shaul, now it's time to destroy Amalek. Don't leave one survivor. Destroy the entire nation of Amalek with their animals, everything that is owned by them. No Jews allowed to enjoy from it. Do not leave any memory from them. Hashem say, do not have mercy on the children. Kill all their children also. Why? There's no difference between them and their children.
There you go. Palestine. There you go. Women and children. No difference between the children, because the children grow up with hatred.
What's up?
So, you know, Zara says, wow. But that's why, you know, they have no empathy. They have no empathy for all these children that have died. And like Netanyahu or Satanyahu, he called everybody in Palestine Amalek. He called everybody in Lebanon Amalek. And they got to die. Yeah. In there's about a 10-minute speech in the middle of this from Madonna. All your pop stars, all your Hollywoods, Hollywood, cast a spell, holy wood. Of course they're not from the tribe of Judah. All Zara's favourite rappers and her favourite perfume makers. They're all in there. All her favourite actors. She didn't like it when I told her what a big what's your favourite actor with the long brown hair called Zara? The one that likes to grope children. What's he called? The one with the fork. Not Manford, Jason Momoa. That's the one. I burst a bubble on Jason Momoa. She was devastated, absolutely devastated. But Jason Momoa was into it all. Hello?
Years from now, these children will attack you on the way. Hashem knows.
There you go. 10 years from now, these children will attack you. Yeah, that's right, Genghis.
God knows. You kill all men and all women, me'olel ve'ad yonek, even babies who breastfeed. Amazing. Mishor ve'ad seh, all acts.
I'm going to go back a bit because it just without interrupting him.
And therefore God commands us that we should never forget this. This is why the most important Torah reading of the year is Zachor. God commands Moses to tell Yoshua that he must annihilate Amalek. And this battle between Amalek, good and evil, goes from generation to generation. Because Amalek is darkness. They're the antithesis to godliness and holiness. Everything the Jewish nation stands for, if the Jewish nation stands for humility, godliness, light, they are darkness. And we are commanded to destroy this because Amalek is not only a physical nation, it's a spiritual energy. It's a negative force of darkness.
It's mitzvah from the Torah, one of the 613 commandments, is to remember to erase the nation of Amalek, the memory of them even, not only physically to erase them from the face of the earth. Anything that reminds us about them is mitzvah to dismiss and to erase it from the face of the earth. Hashem said to King Shaul, now it's time to destroy Amalek. Don't leave one survivor. Destroy the entire nation of Amalek with their animals, everything that is owned by them. No Jews is allowed to enjoy from it. Do not leave any memory from them. Hashem say, do not have mercy on the children. Kill all their children also. Why? There's no difference between them and their children. In 10 years from now, these children will attack you on the way. Hashem knows, God knows. You kill all men and all women, me'olel ve'ad yonek, even babies who breastfeed. Amazing. Mishor ve'ad seh, all oxes, all goats, camels, donkeys. Don't leave anything, any memory from this filthy nation.
Why are the nations, why are they green? The idol worshippers. Why are they mezoamim? What's mezoamim? Mezoamim means they're impure. Their natural state is being impure. Goy's natural state is impurity.
Erase the name of Amalek. Do not forget. We assume that anyway, every enemy of Israel, every anti-Semite, anti-Semite, stems from the seed of Amalek.
This is what Hashem said. "Hakadeti et asher asa Amalek liYisrael." The nature of this nation Amalek, and it's not only the Germans, it's most of the European countries. That's where Amalek is.
Blotting out the memory of Amalek is a military command, literally to destroy Amalek. Now facing today's Amalek, we are reminded that the Torah calls us not just to escape, but to extirpate Amalek. We are commanded to do real and literal battle against it.
The children of Amalek that hates Yaakov, the children of all the ones that had that black bitterness instead of a soul, that black, dark, horrible, depressed, negative, and awful shadow as a poor replacement for a soul, still hating us, still jealous, still don't know what to do with our goodness.
Someone from the Jewish special forces will take you out, just like they take out hundreds of Muslim criminals, hundreds of jihadists each year.
He's the director of Chabad Lubavitch. Yeah. Chabad Lubavitch, their women still wear the burqa, which I was showing PP the other night. Who was vilified? So you must have been shouting at the screen when he explained who Amalek and Esau were.
They'll take you out as well.
The Torah says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah
So
says.
we know how the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes? That you discriminate against Christians.
Christians are idol worshippers.
You discriminate against Christians.
The Torah says that Christianity is idol worship.
Let me ask you.
You worship three
Let
gods.
me ask.
Well, what's the punishment if you transgress the Noahide law? Death. Now, technically speaking, I see anyone in the church, you know.
Chabad Lubavitch, Chabad. Yeah. Sorry, not the burqa, the niqab. They still wear the niqab, which is the full covering from head to toe, and all you can see is their eyeballs. So the women of the Chabad Lubavitch still wear it. And then when you say that, and when you say, well, it was the Jews first that invented the niqab and the burqa, people look at you like you're fucking stupid. But if you go back in history and you go and look, you'll find it there. And then the Muslims adopted it.
And they're bowing down, they're a non-Jew, I can shoot them. Not a problem.
Asking what's going to be with the Goyim when Mashiach comes. Will it be destroyed and annihilated? Someone asked, who cares? Okay. As a nation, they'll
Get back a little bit.
as individuals. It's every individual, no survivors.
Out hundreds of Muslim criminals, hundreds of jihadists each year. They'll take you out as well.
The Torah says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah
So
says.
we know.
Trump's already helped them set up the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin's already set up.
How the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes? That you discriminate against Christians.
Christians are idol
You
worshippers.
discriminate
The
against
Torah
Christians.
says that Christianity is idol worship.
Let me
because
ask you.
You worship three
Let
gods.
me ask.
Well, what's the punishment if you transgress the Noahide law? Death. Now, technically speaking, I see anyone in the church, you know, and they're bowing down, they're a non-Jew, I can shoot them. Not a problem.
Asking.
And what happened to the Christians in Palestine that went to the church? They took refuge in the church. They shot them. She was a pregnant woman. and she was shot. And then what happened? The one of the oldest churches in Palestine, they shot it with a tank. There was mass outcry from the Pope, and they had to give an apology. And what's happened with Jesus the other day, where they chopped his head off, took him off the cross, and they chopped his head off? They're supposed to be investigated for doing so. To them, we are the shit that sticks to the bottom of the shoe when you step in it accidentally. That's who we are. And you got Muppets worshipping them and worshipping Israel, and then running around with the flags of, you know, the flags. There is no such thing as the Star of David. You can search it, even fucking Grok and AI and everything. It'll all tell you there's no such thing as no Star of David. It was invented. King Solomon had the seal, but it was supposed to be a magic seal. Hey, at oneness. Yeah. Or the Star of Rampham. As above, so below, Zara.
What's going to be with the Goyim when Mashiach comes? Will they be destroyed and annihilated? Someone asked, who cares? Okay. As a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. Every individual, no survivors. Not only as a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. As Goyim, they're gone.
The Jews run the show in the world, not because they want, because that's what God wants. Even though we have very small community compared to America, 300 million Americans, 5 million Jews. It's no comparison. But the Jews are everywhere. Politics, all the assistants of Trump, Jews. All the assistants of Sleepy Joe, Jews. Obama, Jews. Everyone around there, Reform Jew, Conservative Jews, Chabadnik, this, Convert. It's all somehow. Same thing was in Spain. Same thing was in...
Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to pause and unite our hearts in prayer. Almighty God, creator of the heaven and earth, we also pray for our friend and ally Israel, that she should eradicate...
Also in Mar-a-Lago, they were sounding the horns. I showed the video. They were sounding the horns and having the early morning breakfast. Yeah, all celebrating the Sanhedrin that Trump, you know, helped set up. What's the Sanhedrin, Zara?
our enemies. Bless President Donald J. Trump. May we move forward together, seeking to build a future that reflects the will of God and his values based on the 7 Noahide laws that will unite us all together.
Based on the 7 Noahide laws.
And a prayer in Hebrew. Misha Berach Havaseinu, Avram Yitzchak.
The Sanhedrin also called on the new president to acknowledge and uphold the 7 Noahide laws. This here is from gotquestions.com, a familiar Christian site that many people use for research. And it says something very important, which I'm going to show you.
There you go. See, I was listening to you and Vega last night, Zara, while this was downloading. That's why I couldn't come up. And Dave was sleeping anyway.
Proof of towards the latter of this film. It says the Talmud, again, the oral written traditions of the rabbis, calls for the capital punishment for Gentiles who violate the Noahide laws. And this has led some to debate as to whether or not Christians who worship Jesus Christ are guilty of violating the first Noahide law and therefore deserving of the death penalty.
I could go on and on and on. I read testimonies, watched videos, I went to Jewish source papers, Even learned about how the Chabad organization is working tirelessly with the UN to use the Noahide laws to encompass all Gentiles under Judaism. You can even go here to noahide.com, where they even thank Nikki Haley for working to bring about world peace through the Noahide laws. In case you're not aware, the first law, no idolatry, for the Chabad organization and for the Sanhedrin, which will be helping enforce these laws, includes no belief in Jesus. And according to the 1906 Jewish Encyclopedia, the punishment for breaking the Noahide laws, which would include belief in Jesus, is decapitation, as you can see here in the Jewish Encyclopedia under Noahide laws. The most vulnerable people to fall prey to this false teaching.
And there you go. Trump's helped set them up, set it up, but yet Trump reckons he's Christian. Don't think so. And he can't be Christian if he's a 33-degree Mason, can he? Means he's a Kabbalist.
Noahide are the sect of Hebrew roots that deny the deity of Jesus. I fear that many of them will have no problem denying Jesus. It states that no one may worship an idol in the way that it is normally worshipped, which perhaps leaves room to believe that Jesus lived on earth and was a good man, but was not the fullness of the Godhead manifested. If that is the case, many in the Hebrew roots movement have already devalued Jesus, so that wouldn't be an issue for them. They may keep their head, but lose their soul in eternity. If the Hebrew roots movement is so good and the right way to please God, then how could it be leading so many Christians out of the churches into Hebrew roots, rejecting Jesus and converting to Judaism? There's no other religion on earth today that is sending people in droves to abandon Jesus and embrace Judaism. We're nearing the end, and all the pieces are falling into place for the Sanhedrin to be reinstated, and the temple to be built, and the false Messiah to arrive, and for Judaism to spread across the world, and many Hebrew roots people will be deceived. This man is a Jew who grew up attending a yeshiva, which is a school for boys, and he's met with many leaders in Israel. He reads and speaks Hebrew, and he was a former CIA agent.
But the Hebrew roots movement, something I'm planning on doing a very serious video about in the very near future, about how that there has been much infiltration and from the very beginning of this movement in order to draw Christians back to Judaism. And you may not realize what the ultimate goal of this was. There have been CIA operatives, FBI infiltrations into the organization. There are leaders that work with them, that work also with Mossad and others, and Jesuits that have infiltrated these organizations here to be able to get the people to move towards Judaism. And in fact, it is the one group of people that have had the largest number of members of any organization in Christianity in the world was the Hebrew Roots movement that have gone back to Judaism.
In order to understand the Noahide laws better, we first have to learn who the Grand High Kabbalist of the 20th century is and how powerful he was. Menahem Mendel Schneerson, 1902 to 1994, was a leader in the Chabad Lubavitch movement. He was the Grand High Kabbalist with the title Lubavitcher Rebbe. He was a Russian-American Orthodox rabbi and the most recent Rebbe of the Lubavitch Hasidic dynasty. He is considered one of the most influential Kabbalist leaders of the 20th century. During his lifetime, many of his adherents believed that he was a Messiah. The Kabbalists believe that they have the power and responsibility to summon the Mashiach by doing certain.
That's where you see Trump going to pray, and Trump putting his prayer, and Trump reading the prayer. Yeah, that's where Trump is, Rabbi Schneerson. He's there with his kippah on, and he's there celebrating every year since the passing of, not celebrating, but mourning the loss of Rabbi Schneerson. Oh, Zara, I've done a whole thing on Cubanism and Donald Trump. Here now, where have you been?
Works, or tikkun olam, which we have learned is part of the androgyny and extermination agendas.
בזמן שישראל לאחרונה נתפסו כמה עניינים. מה שלא יאות, וגם משהו שעדיין משיח ליבו. אז הייתה משהו במה ידיעתו. הכנראה שהיא מספיק, כאילו שהיום כבר כמה שעות בגיל עדיין ליבו. אבל יש עוד כמה שעות, אבל יש להשתדל גם היום, בבשורות טובות.
Grand High Kabbalah.
So he did. He went out and started bombing because in order to get the Mashiach, you've got to bomb, kill and maim to bring on the Mashiach. Saturn's at Zara. Go and look at Saturn. You'll see it on Saturn. It's there. Look at Medina. Look at Trump Towers. Look at where Twin Towers is now. You've got now inverted. And everywhere around the world, why have you got cubes? Yeah, Santa.
Rebbe Schneerson was so powerful and influential that in 1978, the U.S. Congress asked President Jimmy Carter to designate Schneerson's birthday as the National Education Day in the United States. It has been since renamed as Education and Sharing Day. But under the cover of this National Education and Sharing Day, President George Bush Sr. also slipped in Public Law 102-14. which establishes the Kabbalist 7 Noahide laws as the supreme law of the land. Every single president of the United States since has re-signed this bill and nationally honors Rebbe Schneerson's birthday as National Education and Sharing Day.
Oh, it's his birthday,
US
not his death
Congressman
day.
William Dennemeyer, who served from 1979 to 1992, warned Christians and publicly stated, in very basic terms, the law forbids the worship of Jesus Christ and the mention of his name under penalty of death by beheading. He warned there would soon come a day when the Noahide laws will be enforced, along with their penalties. Under the Affordable Care Act, death by guillotine is an actual inclusion for the use of capital punishment. Just as the Noahide laws were classified under an education bill, death by beheading by guillotine is classified under Medical Code ICD-9 E978 under legal execution.
And the Rebbe pleaded, if only the United Nations will go back to the basics and empower their nation to adopt the 7 Noahide laws, then this world would be a very different world.
Death by firing squad, electrocution, or poison gas. Under a new rule filed by the Trump administration, these methods can now be used to carry out executions for federal death sentences, in addition to lethal injection.
Very much in favor of the death penalty.
We have to bring back the death penalty. They have to pay the ultimate price.
Death penalty. Bring it forth. Again, the words death penalty, death penalty, death penalty. Death
penalty. From no penalty to death penalty. The death penalty. The death penalty. It's called the death penalty. Okay?
Two ultra-Orthodox members of Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition have introduced a bill that would punish believers for sharing the gospel of Jesus with prison time. United Torah Judaism Knesset members Moshe Gafni and Yaakov Asher introduced legislation last week making it illegal to share in conversation or produce content online, in print, or by mail. Their explanation of the bill emphasizes a warning to stop Christians in particular.
You know what Israel need today? They need Yeshua. They need Yeshua. But if you bring Jesus, you bring the wrong guy. Don't bring us Jesus. But if you bring Jesus, you bring the wrong guy. Don't bring us Jesus.
The name Jesus is really Yeshua.
He wrote The Power of
No, food toys.
But have you ever asked God for forgiveness?
I'm not sure I have. I just go and try and do a better job from there. I don't think so. I think if I do something wrong, I think I just try and make it right. I don't bring God into that picture. I don't. Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian.
I'm not Christian.
I'm not
I love
Christian.
You. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again.
In Kabbalah, visiting grave sites is a common mystical practice, particularly at the graves of tzaddikim, righteous individuals. This is Donald Trump in October of 2024, visiting the gravesite of Grand High Kabbalist
Hi, Max.
Rabbi Schneerson.
How are you doing?
Yeah, all good, you?
Good to see you. I'm doing good. Enjoying my goyhood, you know. Just can't wait to be decapitated, you know.
Yeah. I'm not Christian, he says.
At least I don't have to boil in, you know, I don't have to die in boiling excrement, you know.
Oh, yeah, only if you're Jesus Christ, eh?
Ah.
Mm.
Such a loving and kind people.
Yeah. I want to see all these people debunk what actual Jews have actually stated on this live, you know.
Like
I put a video.
Well, yeah.
I put a video up before, didn't I? And they said, "Oh, I can't find that rabbi, so it must be lies."
Huh.
Mm. It's not long. It's only 5 minutes left.
Yeah, it's a good video.
Mm.
You can also see Trump's Kabbalah handlers next to him, who seem to be guiding him in this ritual. Kabbalah teaches that tzaddikim, righteous individuals, continue to shield the world even after their death. Their prayers and blessings still effective. Visiting their grave sites allows one to tap into this merit and benefit from their intercession, holiness, and merit of the righteous one's grave to amplify one's own prayers to their God, Ian Sof.
Now that seal of Saturn, when it's turned sideways, it also fits in the Islam sickle and moon, is it?
Really?
Yeah, when it turns, it also, or it might be the sigil of Lucifer. I can't remember which one it is, but one of them, when it turns, it all aligns up with the it all lines up. Yeah, Star around, fam. Black cube of Saturn, Zara. The black cube is there. Yeah. It all lines up with all the different flags. It's bizarre.
Jupiter. And then the sun.
Eh?
The Saturn worship is before Jupiter worship, and then the solar worship came along. They kind of continued the Saturn worship throughout all of them.
Well, the seal of Solomon, which was his ring, which was supposed to bring him magical powers, that was all Kabbalist. Yeah, and that's what Templars were trying to find.
Is Kabbalism that predates Judaism?
Yeah.
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 And Sikhism, or what is it called? Zoroastrian. That's
Zoroastrian. Yeah, Zoroastrian goes back at the same time.
Yeah.
And what's that? I can't say the bloody word. Not Rosicrucians. What else what's it called? It was when Zoroastrian was around, there was another religion. It did mention it in this video. I can't think what it's called now. There you go. He putting his little wishes up there on top of the stone. There's old Donald. He's threw his prayer in the prophet, and now he's putting his little wish up there.
Wishing for a girl under 5 years and a day, right?
3 years and a day, yeah. Probably.
Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers, ye serpents, ye generation of vipers. How can ye escape the damnation of hell? Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets, and wise men, and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city. But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you shut the kingdom of heaven in people's faces, for you neither enter in yourselves, nor allow those who would enter to go in. You are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning, and does not stand in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks out of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews, and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them. And I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded because of their testimony of Jesus, and because of the word of God, and those who had not worshipped the beast or his image, and had not received the mark on their forehead and on their hand. And they came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the assaults of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, and against the worldly governors, princes of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness which are in the high places. Ephesians chapter 6, verses 10 to 12, Geneva Bible translation. Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock, and it will be open to you. For everyone who asks receives, and the one who seeks finds, and to the one who knocks it will be opened. Matthew chapter 7, verses 7 through 8, ESV. Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that ye may be tried, and ye shall have tribulation 10 days. Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. Revelation chapter 2, verse 10, King James Version. Jesus answered them, Truly, truly, I say to you, everyone who practices sin is a slave to sin. The slave does not remain in the house forever. The Son remains forever. So if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. John chapter 8, verse 34 through 36, English Standard Version. Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, that he may exalt you in due time. Cast all your care on him, for he careth for you. Be sober and watch, for your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. 1 Peter chapter 5, verses 6 through 8, Geneva Bible Translation. Just so, I tell you, there will be more joy in heaven over one sinner who repents than over 99 righteous persons who need no repentance. Luke chapter 5, verse 7, English Standard Version.
There you go.
I like how that was spelled. It made me think of the, in Spanish, the J is pronounced as an H, so it really kind of says he's us.
Yeah. But remember the Bible was in Aramaic.
Yeah, I know.
And it was the Jews that translated it. So
the New Testament was in the Old Testament was in Aramaic. The New Testament was in Greek, wasn't it?
It was in Greek and the forgotten language of Hebrew, not this new bastardized version of Hebrew, the old language of Hebrew, which Jesus in Hebrew is actually Jesus in Hebrew, because it's letters put together that make the sound G. So when they've all changed the name, because they said there's no J in Hebrew alphabet, there is J in the Hebrew alphabet, because it's the letters put together.
Yeah, a lot of languages are like that, where they have two different sounds on one letter. Or a sound,
Whereas like the English language, isn't it, with all the silence, all the silent phonetics.
Yeah, PH.
Yeah, it's a fallacy.
In the Vatican, they have IES as Jesus, don't they?
I think so.
Because it means yes or something.
I did have a whole video explaining the ancient Hebrew language before they bastardized it, because it was a forgotten language. And The new one is made up of Yiddish. The new Hebrew is made up of Yiddish, some Aramaic, and some ancient Hebrew. And obviously Yiddish was the European language. It wasn't. Tell me more about the tunnels under the Vatican. Well, there's miles and miles of tunnels under the Vatican, but I thought you wanted to know about the tunnels under the temple.
That place is guarded against remote viewers. They have electronic warfare on people trying to do psychic readings of the Vatican.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of the archives and all that, and the nefarious shit that goes on under there.
Yeah.
They actually actively block psychics.
Well, there's also a lot of stuff stored down there as well.
Oh yeah, books about our history and magic and
the
world before.
Book of Enoch's down there.
Yeah, there's about 12 different writings of the Old Testament.
Yeah, the Ethiopian Bible.
Every holy book had about, like even the Quran had, 21 versions at one time? So the Old Testament there was this one guy, this one video I remember about this guy who went down to translate them. He was one of 3 translators they hired and fired because by the translations they couldn't really make Yahweh or not look like an alien, some type of an alien or something.
Oh, come on, you stupid bloody thing.
Yeah, they probably have all Solomon's writings, all of his sigils and all that. I don't think what people have now are the real ones. No.
What was I going to look at then? The snake and the cube in Israel. It's the Knesset, isn't it? The cube room. So they've got a cube room in the Knesset. And snake.
Oh yeah, the giant cobra head. See when you're in the auditorium.
How do you spell the Knesset?
I don't know. I could take a stab at it, but
Well, I spell it Ken.
Oh, I would have gone K-A. Knesset. And then a couple of E's. Oh, Zara seems to have it there. Knesset. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that, Genghis. Yeah. Cobra head.
Of Israel. The cube room in the Knesset is a newly restored, historically significant room and safe space used during times of national crisis.
Why is it what? What do they do in there?
Where's the... Oh, it won't let me get it up.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. Yahweh was probably one of the 72 on the Council of the Elohim under Elyon, right? Most High. You know that, don't you? Probably.
Oh, it's got a stupid pyramid and everything in it. Why won't it let me do it? See, Google won't let you fucking search any of that.
Got a Brave browser?
No, I got rid of all my other browsers. I wonder if I saved it in images. Screenshots. No.
Well, it does look like their end time prophecy things coming true. You know, the whole world's pretty much turned against them.
Well, yeah, I mean, all of that is in your Schofield Bible.
Yeah.
And Schofield Bible, which is the Bible that they give out free everywhere in America. But the Schofield Bible, that's the one that's got revelations in it. You know, not the revelations. It's got the rapture.
Oh,
The rapture.
Yeah, that's not in the King James. No.
Smiler getting mad messages, I bet, lol. Mad messages, what bird? I've never typed so much in my life. Well, I put the bloody link out there, Zara. Did you hear me talking about the book earlier?
No.
Right.
It's caught up to you on the video there. Guess a little bit after you started it.
Right. Well, it's a book. It's called The Secret World of Government.
All right.
And basically everything that I've just shown in that video, it also talks about it in The Secret World of the Government, you know, like where all conspiracy theorists, governments are all being seconded or fucking taken over by one particular race. Well, this book goes into it from 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I've got the book as a PDF. So do I let Google do the speaking and just upload it as a what's it called book? So people can put it on in the background and just listen to it, and they can read it if they so wish, because it talks about everything but regarding the one world government and the one world new order and everything else.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Even to Disraeli, first Jewish Prime Minister of the UK, knowing what was going to happen in USSR in the 1800s, 4 years before it all kicked off, before World War One, and then knowing World War Two. Knowing who was behind it, and
Yeah, it's a historical case of follow the money, right? You know.
And to kill the Christians, you know, which is what they were all shouting about in that video I just played.
Yeah.
About killing the Christians. Yeah, all wars about killing Christians, aren't they?
Seems like.
Mm.
Yeah, they're really killing a lot of Christians right now. I heard they're even killing Christians in Ethiopia. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Well, they actually sterilized the Ethiopians in Israel, didn't they?
Yeah. I don't know how they get away with that.
Mm.
Doesn't make sense to get away with anything they're doing.
I'm just looking for that video. Of Epstein transhumanism and.
Oh, jeez, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. People say that he's dumb. People say that he's smart. I don't know whether he is or isn't. A lot of it might have been made up, like he was a pianist when he was like 5 or something. I don't know if that's true or not. But he definitely had a hand in transhumanism. And he seemed to have quite a hand in data distribution because of what was happening at Little St. Kitts there, or James, Little St. James or whatever, his island.
Yeah.
It's really connected. And just to do blackmail, you don't need the type of connections and connectivity that he had. I think he had a lot to do possibly with the Rona, the coronavirus and all that coming out, because that's mostly in my research an electronic disease. So, and there's also of course, the transhumanists that are very interested in changing our DNA through light, through LED lights.
Yeah, blue light.
Yeah, because it does change your DNA, and they can program your DNA with it if they can get enough on you. At least that's their hope. Just because they've written papers on it, the standards haven't been published for it yet through the IEEE, so that's unconfirmed for me anyway. But that's what they want to do.
Mm. God, how far up did I save it? I was listening to Zara and Vega talking last night, and while they were talking, I was going down rabbit holes. I was going down rabbit holes from the live I did where PP was on. What about, is Zara still here? Zara still here?
She was a minute ago. Come on up, Zara.
She know everything about Henry Ford. She'll say, yeah, he invented the car.
He apparently was good to his employees.
Eh?
Apparently he was good to his employees in the beginning, and then he got in a lot of shit from the other bigwigs, money.
She's away flipping burgers.
So this is the book written in 1920 by Ford. You can look into this. It is a deep dive. So check this. In 1492, when Christopher Columbus was expelled from Spain, he brought over 300,000 tiny hats. And then we find out New York is the center of the tiny hats. Oh, it gets deeper. When George Washington was here, 4,000 tiny hats. They were all the traders. They controlled all the trade.
Aren't they mostly big hats in New York?
To 3.3 million.
Eh?
They own
big fuzzy hats in New York.
Fuzzy hats, yeah.
There's big fuzzy hats.
Yeah. I'll go back a bit.
Here, 4,000 tiny hats. They were all the traders. They controlled all the trade. In 50 years, the tiny hat population increased to 3.3 million. They own the grains, the cotton, the oil, the steel, the magazines, the theaters, the liquors, the loan businesses, and every industry. The American businesses, that's what they were disguised as. The philosophy of the tiny hats is not to make money, but to get money. Take your money. And someone goes, well, I didn't learn any of this in school. Yeah, because guess who owns the schools? The communist Bolsheviks. And they refer to the people who are not the tiny hats as Gentiles, and we will wear them out and take over their government, the fifth protocol. Now, about that whole thing with Palestine? Yeah, that's because the Palestinians don't have a tiny hat bank. And then what about all the presidents who are out kissing the wall? Yep, Henry Ford knew, 1921. They were owned by the tiny hats. And then who creates all the division with the people? Tiny hats with the media. You get into the attacks on Christianity and taking all of the things related to religion out of schools. Then you get into all the vices that people have. Guess who brought all that in? So when you question the narrative, they label you as an anti-tiny hat. And we'll hit on one last one. Where do you think all the slaves came from? See right here? Tiny hats. And then they changed their names so that people didn't know. Isn't it wild when you start to dig into history? Then you get into the ADL, which is protecting all of this. Anybody who goes against it, they arrest, just like that veteran.
No one wants to fight for Israel.
Oh, there it goes.
There it went. Oh, he broke his arm.
Yeah, they still managed to get sailors out there in those ships, but they keep having to go in, back off, go in, back off.
Looks like Zara's disappeared.
Hmm.
And she's going to miss this now. And then she'll say, I didn't know you spoke about that. Can you see that on the screen?
Yep. Jews and Negro slavery in the Old South. Yeah. 1789, 1865. Bertram Wallace Corn.
So things get really deep when you look into the tiny hats and slavery. Yes, this was left out of the history books because guess who owns the history books? Those tiny hats over here. And when we look at who owned all the slaves and were the slave traders and the auctioneers, tiny hats. And who owned the newspapers? Tiny hats. And then who also created the division? Oh, I think you're starting to understand it. And then you also find about the exploitation of the slaves and how they treated people. Obviously, they're not going to tell anybody this part. And then it also gets interesting when you find out that the tiny hats were defending that they should stay slaves. Isn't that interesting? And people would say, no, that would never happen, really. Slave dealing was an extremely profitable business. And this is where it always ties back to the Rothschilds, like I've always talked about. Even Malcolm X talked about this. People should look into this.
And a Negro is not anti-Semitic when he says that the man who's exploiting him in his community is white, because it is a white man who owns all the stores. Now, is it an accident that these whites who own these stores are Jewish? If it's an accident, then the fact that he says the Jew on the corner is exploiting me isn't an anti-Semitic statement. It's just more descriptive of the man who's exploiting him.
Hey up, Jimmy.
Well, most of them are Eastern European, aren't they, Blunt?
Hey?
Blunt says Jews aren't white, but they're mostly Eastern European.
Mm.
And right now, all the other Jews that are dispersed around the Middle East that converted to Christianity are being slaughtered.
Mm.
So there's a new book I'm reading, Tiny Hats Selling the Slaves. Oh yeah, they forgot to mention all of this in the Rockefeller schools. And people say that's not true. Well, you should read this one. This guy was a rabbi who wrote this one. And you know the term layaway? That came from when rabbis were selling slaves. Yes. And this has pages and pages of all the auctions and the rabbis selling the slaves. Check this, Jacob Cohen, okay, owned a plantation. Yes, all the plantations were ran by the tiny hats. 294 enslaved Africans. He was the president of the Synagogue. You can just look this stuff up. And what got even deeper is I found Charleston, 1825. That was the original place of the slave marts. And they own the merchants, they own the ships, they own everything. And look at this, Charleston, tiny hat, slave traders. Now, since the tiny hats own all the newspapers, if they tried to run away, they'd put an ad up trying to get the slaves back. Then it got deeper when I found out that the tiny hats owned the police too. So if people tried to run away, they owned both sides. And it's wild because there was only 2 people who actually spoke up about this. That's why it's hidden from you. And also when Christopher Columbus came over here, now you understand who Christopher Columbus was. And this is why the tiny hats, the Charzarians, have been kicked out of all these countries. Now you start to understand.
Mm.
Yeah, the Columbus one is kind of new to me. That's a neat one.
Oh, I had that full argument with not Blunt, with Urban, didn't I?
Yeah.
Full argument.
I looked it up myself to make sure.
Mm.
Yeah, that was true. It was. Yeah.
Oh, where is it? Where did I say that?
Yeah. So they knew this place was here. It wasn't a new world. They knew exactly where they were going.
The Jews in Israel are allergic to olives and they're allergic to the sun. That's why they sell so much suntan cream.
Kind of reminds me of the Morlocks and the Eloi. What was that? The Time Machine. The Morlocks and the Eloi. The Eloi lived underground. Avoided the sun and ate the Eloi. You remember that movie?
No.
The Time Machine? No, you didn't see that one? The guy had the big disco spinner fucking looked like one of those vehicles you ride on the swamp with, like a swamp rider.
Right.
He went back in time, or forward in time, thousands of years, that's right. And human race had developed into 2 species, the Morlock and the Eloi. The Morlock were a subterranean race that fed on the Eloi, and they would bring food, so the Eloi lived a happy life until they were eaten by the Morlocks.
Mm.
They kind of let them have all the frivolity and fed them all the cakes that they wanted, and then just ate them. Yeah.
So how far have I got to go up to find that? It's not 2006 Bioenergy Field Foundation, Auric Field Demo. Parasites. Linen heals you. Copper in your brain. Healing beds. Manganese glass. Soul life of planets.
Well, there's an image of Morlock if you want to see one. All
right. But was that in the film? Was that?
Yep. Yeah. I don't know if they had tiny hats, but they had funky eyes and. Right. Well, there's all the underground tunnels, right?
Yeah.
Robert's there. Maybe living underground tunnels, right? The Morlocks lived underground. Those Jewish people were making underground tunnels to reincarnate their dead ones or something, weren't they?
Mm.
Bring them back to life.
Yeah. Corona equals 666. COVID-19, certificate of vaccination, identification, artificial intelligence.
Yeah. Corona is just a routing system for nano networks.
Yeah.
I got the papers on that one.
Yeah, but when you do it as the alphabet,
yeah,
1 to 26, Corona actually comes out as 666. Mm. See, back in the day, they had ether umbrellas, copper umbrellas.
Say that again?
Copper umbrellas.
Oh.
Ether umbrellas.
Hmm.
Mm.
I have copper lined shirts. I was spraying my shirts today.
Yeah?
Yeah, I get respiratory problems unless I wear shirts that are lined with metal.
Mm.
Yeah. A lot of the kids are asking me about that at work. Not that because they're all having the same symptoms at work: respiratory problems, achiness, all at the same times too. I told them about all the wireless stuff and how it affects you. They're starting to put it all together for themselves now.
Remember these new NASA pilots?
Free energy in Denmark for some reason. Okay. Nice. My hydro bill went up 2.5.
Oh, shit. What happened? Why did it kick you? It was supposed to remove the bloody picture of Moloch. Why did it kick you? Sorry about that. I was removing the picture of Moloch. Mad, isn't it? There you go. 2025. The new NASA astronauts.
This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon, and we're going to have humans in low Earth orbit. That is awesome. Like, we should, as humanity, we should take a brief moment to go, that's awesome. One of the things that we most asked for and look forward to is we are going to do a crew conference between Integrity and the International Space Station, the crew that's up there. And I will tell you, our friends that are on Crew 11, this is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon, and we're going to have humans in low Earth orbit. That is awesome.
First time, is
we should, as humanity, we should take a brief moment to go, that's awesome. One of the things that we most asked for and look forward to is we are going to do a crew conference between Integrity and the International.
And they didn't even go this time.
No, mad, isn't it?
They faked this one for sure.
Oh, have you seen all the videos? Oh my
Yeah.
God, it's mad.
It's insane. Like, come on, guys. At least put some effort into it. They get billions of dollars. Like, put some effort into your fucking videos, you know?
Well, I was watching one video yesterday
Yeah.
where you got all the space crew
Yeah.
supposed to be in the spaceship, and then you got a guy in the corner drinking a cup of tea, trying to hide behind the table because they didn't realize that they were filming.
Yeah, I saw one where there was a glass of water on one of the cupboards there. I saw another one where this guy was playing with this plush doll in his hand. His hand had a shadow, but the plush doll didn't. It was entirely faked. For some reason. I don't know why. I guess because he was spinning it in the air. So. Yeah, and the one image that they showed of the half Earth was the same image sent back by the Apollo missions. The same cloud formations, the same half Earth image. So they couldn't even fake that now. They just reused it. I have a problem with that, Roberts. The people saying that space is fake. You should really qualify that with like the vacuum of space or whatever else, because there is space. Space between you and me. There's space above my head. You know, I don't necessarily believe that space is a vacuum. That's
Well, I believe we got a firmament, and that's where we get rainbows from.
well, there's different atmospheric layers that are different temperatures too. Like an interesting thing is that up at the highest atmospheric level, I think it's our endosphere or something. It's like a couple thousand degrees, you know, and then it gets cooler the lower you get, and then it gets hotter, and then it gets cooler again, and then it gets down to ground level. There's about 5 different zones. But we're supposed to believe that the sun is 1,000,000 degrees inside and I don't know, 14,000 on the outside, some stupid numbers anyways. But every other planet in the solar system follows the same thing, the same pattern of temperature gradients, going up, down, a few times before you get to the surface of a planet. But the sun doesn't do the same thing for some reason in their model. So I think there might be a actual planet in the sun. I think so. Anyway. But then you're going to take an aluminum can and throw it through 2,000 degree temperature. Wouldn't it melt?
Oh, I'm sure I saved that Epstein thing. Ooh, still scrolling.
Right, Roberts. That's why the upper atmosphere is heavier or hotter, because it's scrubbing against the ether. So it can't be a vacuum. There's got to be something up there. So do you believe in a firmament, like a hard surface or a hard object or a dome or something?
I think it's water, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, where the water's above, yeah. Water's below. Yeah, but you know, it's good for a worm to know where he is, Genghis. They did some fluid dynamic studies in space. The Russians did, Roberts, and they took a gelatinous liquid and they spun it, and it spun into a ball. The interesting thing that I found about that was that the ball had a hole in the middle all the way through. And I don't know if they did that on purpose somehow. And then there's space between your ears. Is that fake?
I've played this video on here before.
So okay? Hold on, Rob. So do you believe that after the firmament above us, there's absolutely nothing? Like if there's like, because I have a hard time believing in nothing. Nothing's
Fly.
Nothing's pretty hard for me to believe in.
Hello, Steve. I've played this video before. Cat Williams.
Oh no, not Mickey too. Well, what's that? What comes up after the firmament? There it is. There's the.
There it is.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah. I was trying to. Oh, I didn't go back far enough.
Yeah, they really only show it for half a second. Yeah, even got fangs and everything. Like, come on, man. You didn't see that when you were designing it? Like, come on. Even the top of it looks like a cobra head, you know. Hail, cobra. Well, you guys probably didn't get the G.I. Joe cartoons when you were young, but Cobra was Cobra Commander. A lot of it was like Masonic stuff. It was really weird. Can't remember if that was the one with Hydra too. So what's after the molten glass, Roberts? Got to be something after the molten glass. Or there'd be no reason for the molten glass.
Right.
That's a good one, Blend. My pet goat too. Yeah. Well, we're just assuming that for the conversation. Use your imagination.
Hollywood isn't satanic, it's just art. God, it moves quick, doesn't it? Where's the speed?
It's just and it's nepotism, isn't it? You know.
No. Still can't see him.
Yeah, they put him in the bloody Super Bowl and they still can't see. Those halftime shows. You've seen those. The Olympics and all of them. They all push their agendas.
1800 to 1900, newspapers with flat earth articles. Go back to that.
Yeah, I'm kind of the theory that flat Earth is a psyop. But I could be wrong on that. Could be the other way around. Maybe globe Earth is a psyop. Keep us fighting. Whatever keeps us fighting, right?
Yeah.
For me, it's just a discussion, not my theology.
That's it. Are they using lights to control your mind?
Absolutely.
The art and science of sun gazing with the aurora.
I'm suspicious about that.
British television from the 60s. Would anybody know what kind of map this was? The flat earth.
I don't know. I'm up for the possibilities. If it's flat, it's flat. If it's bigger, I always thought being bigger would be cool. Like it was like 10 times as big as we thought it was. Because because the Earth could be divided into like zones where there's hot, cold regions, just like the atmosphere, right? It's a torus field. So there could be like, we could think that Antarctica is like a ring around us. Think of it like that, and then there'd be like a hot equator, and then another, like Antarctica ice ball, if you want. And you could have like 2 ice balls, and then you'd have like what 3 temperate zones instead of just a equatorial temperate zone or tropical zone. Could be divided up differently. I don't know. Nobody ever discusses that. Only one other person I know ever discusses donut Earth, which is an interesting theory. Could be on a donut. We don't know it. That would be the Simpsons world.
So this is all about how do I get it back to normal speed? There you go. Epstein files. This person has gone through the Epstein files.
Man, the files just keep getting crazier and crazier, to the point where people can't even believe that the files are real. Part 1 was about the cloning operation. Part 2 was the inner circle. Part 3 goes even deeper. While the media is still trying to pick up the pieces and get people to look in other directions, real researchers are picking apart the files and putting it all together. Now, a vivid picture is beginning to emerge.
Yeah, he was making fetus Slurpees for people.
Yep.
Yeah. They were into all that blood exchanging and placental eating and
Race to understand. It would seem that the elites are experimenting with tech that they don't want us to know about because, well, they have certain plans for us. It all revolves around what we're going to be talking about today: immortality. I've now spent 2 weeks in 846,000 files, and what came out of it is a pipeline. 5 stages: map the mind, model the brain, preserve it, build a new body, then transfer. Map the mind, model the brain, preserve it, build a new body, then transfer. What you're about to see may seem like science fiction, but sometimes reality is stranger than fiction.
Do you see a path for Optimus to have consciousness downloaded to it?
You mean human consciousness, or?
Yes.
It's not like immediate, but if you said down the road, would you be able to, say, with a neural link, have a snapshot of, or at least an approximate snapshot of somebody's mind, and then upload that approximate snapshot to an Optimus body? I think that at some point that technology becomes possible, and it's probably less than 20 years. And of course, you won't quite be the same. Be a little different because you'll be in a robot body, and the mental snapshot will not be precise. It'll be
There's a reason I think he believes that can happen.
On the other hand,
right.
There are devices right now where you can pretty much it's experiencing being in somebody else's body. You put on these headsets.
Yeah.
What it is, it's like you're in that person's body.
Mm-hmm.
So because of that type of an experience where you're basically in operation of another person's body, you have all the sensations pretty much that person is having. That type of an experience can give you the idea that you could just upload your consciousness, because they are digitizing the experience of consciousness and transmitting it back and forth. But that's sorry, go ahead.
Epstein had a room with all the sensors on a headset. So it shows it in here. So all the headset is all tapped into your brain in your head, and then you're wearing the like Oculus goggles or PlayStation goggles. So you're wearing all that, and it's all in one big thing. And they actually used it in a room in, I can't remember if it was his London house or his American house. I can't remember which house it was, but it tells you about it in the Epstein files. It tells you.
You know, are you the same person that you were 5 years ago? Nope. I mean, a lot of things have changed. But I guess at some point, if you want to be uploaded to a robot body, my guess is that becomes possible.
That's Elon Musk talking about uploading a mind into a robot body. 20 years, he says.
Yeah, he thinks it's possible because he's had that sensation,
and
it feels real.
Mm.
So you think that you could be digitized and sent back and forth, but you can't. You know. But now with the newer technology, fMRI, they can read and write to your brain.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe if they read and write enough, maybe if they write enough of your brain to where it's digitized, I don't know. That's kind of getting to be a gray area, kind of. But
yeah, but we've always had subliminal messages. You know, in TV programs, at the cinema, you know, at the cinema, just before they went for the interval, they'd start flashing up Maltesers, ice cream, you know, and it'd be there for a millisecond. You wouldn't actually see it, but your brain has already seen it. You know, so they've already been doing that for years and years and years anyway.
And they're very good at it.
James Webb, hello. If it had already been achieved, would you know? Well, no, that's it. You wouldn't know, would you? You live in a pod, eat the bugs, be wired into the metaverse, and be happy as the world around you crumbles. Yeah.
Someone was already funding this research. Every single stage of it. The consciousness mapping, the brain scans, the preservation tech, the bodies, and the scientists doing this were all on Jeffrey Epstein's payroll. In this video, I'm going to walk
You know how long they've been scanning your brain for? Your brain waves? Since the introduction of the telephone.
Yeah.
Wired telephones recorded your brain.
They lay out a 5-stage pipeline for doing exactly what Musk just described. The researchers had a name for it: cosmic consciousness. He literally had a brain scanner set up in the same Manhattan townhouse where Epstein was trafficking women.
There you go. It was in his Manhattan townhouse.
And one of the proposals included a line item for, and I'm quoting, sexy android bodies. Let's get started. Look at this email. This was sent by Jeffrey Epstein to Barnaby Marsh. It's a proposal, a research agenda, and it contains 2 items that have never been reported together. Item 1, build a mind reader using de-encryption, new understandings of the brain. Item 2, tissue regeneration, in parentheses, cloning. Hold up, because this is important. A device that can read a human mind, but that device is connected to a process that can clone a human body, all in one document? In part 1, we already discussed Gino Yu, Hong Kong Polytechnic University. He built a 5-stage model for rating how conscious a person is. Stage 1 through stage 5. Kind of like a video game. He mapped out the human soul on a spreadsheet. But what I didn't tell you in part 1 is how deep this actually goes. EFTA 0258131, Gino Yu writes to Epstein. When you offered me the 100K last year, my only request has been to support the Cuba conference when they asked for 25K. $100,000, that was Gino Yu's retainer, and his job wasn't just research, it was recruitment. Gino Yu brought Peter Fenwick to Epstein. He brought Dean Radin. And he brought Stuart Hameroff. He connected Epstein to Chinese parapsychology researchers. He found the people studying things that aren't supposed to exist. And then he set up shop. November 2016, Gino Yu writes to Epstein. I picked up a Vive setup that I hope to install at your place. I will also have a custom EEG rig set up as well. A custom EEG rig
That's right, boy.
reads your brainwaves.
Yeah.
And he installed it alongside a virtual reality headset, an HTC Vive, in the small room off the library of Epstein's Manhattan townhouse.
Yeah.
So follow me. Now Jeffrey Epstein has a room in his house where you put on a VR headset and he monitors your brainwaves. Keep in mind, this is the same house where he was supposedly trafficking women. And apparently he was scoring people. EFTA 026244641. Gino Yu writes to Epstein about a specific woman. In my model, she is a stage 3.5 or so. Then he lays out the full scale. Stage 1, consensus reality. Stage 2, all in one thing.
I ain't got a
Stage
clue,
3,
Genghis.
surrendering to the bigger forces at work. Stage 4, intuition and insight. Stage 5, special abilities in a rounded way. Special abilities? That's where the scale ends?
They're looking for psychics. They've always been doing that.
Yeah. He's looking for psychics again, yeah.
Yeah, they can scan them
Yeah.
from space. That's
Yeah.
when we do our class, we get targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's partly through the computer and partly through satellites. They can see when a person's aura expands. They can see it.
More than my 10 terabyte computer, Genghis.
What's that?
How much the human brain can store.
Yeah. Plus, there's emotional states too, right? Like they think they can transfer consciousness, but even if you experience you're experiencing somebody else's experience, like their body, or somebody's doing the opposite. You're still experiencing it through a human body and not through a computer.
Well, we said this a long time ago when they saying that AI robots were going to be looking after people in nursing homes, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Well, but they aren't going to have the empathy that a human being has. Right. You can see when somebody's upset. You can see when somebody's in pain. You can see.
Yeah, but then you can program them to have infinite patience, though.
Well, you could do, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think robots in nursing care would be a good thing because, I think that they would actually be better able to lift and move people around.
Mm.
And in infinite patience, you could just, program them to have it, And there's there's like touch sensitive technology now. So, and a lot of times now they're using hoists and stuff to get people in and out of beds and stuff like that.
Mm.
They can make specialized equipment that robots could handle better than people, and it could be a lot better. It could be. Technology, can be used to make our lives incredibly great. But
Well, I mean, they tested robotic surgeries. Russia, special military operation. They were doing field operations with remote robots.
Yeah. Well, you know, you even think of technology just like the new table saws, right? Like a new table saw you buy, if your finger touches that blade, it stops.
Yeah, stops dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So
Oh, stop. Look.
That type of technology applied to surgeries and you know, patient care and all that. You know,
Right.
we can do it.
Mm.
Because you can make a robot's arms all mushy.
Mm.
Doesn't have to be a hard steel robot, you know. I think that's one of the cool futures of like robots could be like almost like a gel that could form into any shape they wanted. That'd kind of be ideal. Kind of like a shmoo. Do you ever watch the cartoon The Shmoo?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, kind of like that thing.
Mm. Mm.
Except it'd probably be black goo.
It gets sticky and pick up the dirt.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great for trash collection. Yeah.
Yeah.
People on it, measuring how close they were to developing abilities that aren't supposed to exist.
And Doug. Thanks for coming in to talk about Doug Jr.
Of course. EFTA 025677, measuring how close they were to developing abilities that aren't supposed to exist. EFTA 02567715. And then he proposed a program to Epstein called Polystry for rehabilitating 80 stage 3 people who have gifts but cannot support themselves. 80 people in vulnerable, altered psychological states who they claim to have gifts. So is this a recruitment pipeline for the psychologically fragile? And the
No.
wasn't informal. It had a team, a budget,
They're looking for talent to use.
EFTA 0246026. Peter Fenwick emails Epstein and sets up cosmic consciousness. That's what they called it. Then Fenwick lays out the team to Epstein. Light study. Professor Fabio Babyloni for EEG and fMRI brain scanning. Dr. Ioannidis for data analysis in Cyprus. Professor Kevin Moore on autonomic nervous system measurements. And Professor Giuseppe Bersani funding the whole thing from his trust. All to be done at Rome Sapienza University. Then Fenwick writes again. Complete $441,100. Very good study with controls. Being done in an excellent unit. High quality. So it would seem this isn't a hobby. It looks like a funded scientific program with an international team studying what happens to the brain at the boundary of life and death. And Fenwick's specialty is near-death experiences. What happens to consciousness when the body dies?
Also,
That's what
for a
Epstein...
second there, Smiley.
Yeah.
It's also important to keep control and be able to dampen psychics because they can damage the machines.
Yeah.
They can get into the machines and cause lots of havoc if they decide to.
Mm.
was paying him to answer. Fenwick was just the beginning. Let me show you who else was on this roster. EFTA 02353378. Dr. Jeffrey Martin, a researcher at Stanford who scientifically maps enlightenment states. He calls it persistent non-symbolic experience, PNSE, a clinical term for what monks spend decades trying to achieve. Martin personally invited Epstein to his transformative technology conference. EFTA 016-12793. Dean Radin, Director of Research at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, Parapsychology, Telepathy, Precognition. Epstein's Skype logs show an incoming call from Dean Radin, 48 minutes and 32 seconds, April 2nd, 2018. a 48-minute phone call with a parapsychologist. Same day, and I mean the same day as the holy shit spoon email about spoon bending experiments.
Blunt, in Russia, they've already got self-driving lorries, self-driving canal boats. They've had self-driving lorries out in the deepest parts of the freezing, like where it gets down to -40. All the roads have all got electronics on them, and all the lorries obviously drive down through those roads. They don't put men or women in the trucks. They're all self-driving.
You've seen Men Who Stare at Goats, or heard of that, right? That movie about the remote viewing program the United States did.
No.
Interesting thing about that. Okay, everybody has psychic abilities to some extent or other.
Well, it's gut feelings as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's a big part of it. Yeah, absolutely. And that's
your stomach's your second brain.
Yep. But they have devices that can amplify those abilities, including like psionic attack, psychic abilities, precog, So, and even they apparently, I don't know if this is absolutely true, but they've even had like a manifesting machine that can manifest objects out of nothing. So, the technology for psychic abilities is like they can turn remote viewing abilities on or off,
right,
by rotating magnetic fields around your head. So, what they can do so far with these type of things, I don't know if they could cause heart attacks like they do with men with goats, but seeing the future or predicting the future is probably within possibilities, and changing the future is probably within the possibilities. Psychic attacks on machinery and people, with enhancements, with machine enhancements. So this is the types of thing that I think Epstein was working on. Because he's involved with the wireless network a lot and the setup of it, apparently. How old was he when he died? He was like 70s?
Oh, I'm back, am I?
I don't know. Did you leave?
Yeah, I left.
Oh. Well, I was just yammering on then. Because I can only one part of the screen. I've got the zoom on my screen, so I don't see the whole damn thing. Yeah, I was talking about the enhancements that they can do with psychic abilities and stuff, with electronics and machinery. So I think he was working on a lot of that stuff.
The global logistics landscape is undergoing an important evolution as a result of the rapid development of autonomous transportation systems and artificial intelligence. The Russian Navio unmanned mainline tractor has successfully completed a journey of nearly 2,800 kilometers without a human pilot inside the cabin, marking a significant milestone. This achievement, accomplished at the testing grounds of FSUE NAMI, represents a substantial step toward fully autonomous freight transportation. This is not just a controlled experiment. It is a strong indication that driverless transportation is moving closer to real-world deployment and everyday use. As this breakthrough becomes clearer, the focus naturally shifts to the scale of performance achieved under full AI control. The Navio autonomous tractor traveled approximately 2.8 thousand kilometers, reaching speeds of up to 83 kilometers per hour. What truly sets this apart is the complete
Is that coming through all right? Can you hear it?
Yep.
absence of human intervention. There was no driver in the cabin and no remote operator guiding the system. Every decision, from navigation to acceleration, was made by onboard artificial intelligence. To ensure reliability, the system was tested in both daylight and nighttime conditions. This dual condition testing is essential, as long-haul logistics often operates continuously, regardless of time or lighting. The endurance demonstrated across such long distances proves not just functionality, but stability over extended operations. As often explained by altitude addicts, such endurance trials are what separate experimental tech from deployable systems. Moving beyond endurance, the real challenge lies in how the system handles complex, real-world driving situations. During testing, the unmanned tractor successfully executed lane changes, obstacle avoidance, and stops at traffic signals. Each of these tasks requires real-time interpretation of a constantly changing environment. Unlike controlled tracks, these scenarios simulate real traffic conditions where unpredictability is constant. The AI system consistently made accurate decisions, highlighting its maturity. It maintained lane discipline, adjusted speed according to road conditions, and reacted appropriately to external stimuli. This level of performance suggests seamless integration into existing road systems without compromising safety. From capability, the discussion naturally advances to autonomy classification and what level this system truly represents.
Sit tight, you're being replaced.
Well, they did it in airplanes how long ago?
Right.
Pilots don't take off or land.
Even Scania's got one, Tyke. Scania truck.
I tell you, it's got to be an improvement over the Indians we have that can't speak English or read road, road signs. So.
Have you seen the Russian ones of your Tyke? God, I think I played the trucks 2 years ago. Self-driving Russia 2017, Russian in winters. Russian army vehicles. Self-driving Russian army vehicles in 2017.
Yeah, now they've got those howitzers that drive themselves around too now.
Yeah.
Ukraine.
And right across Siberia. Oh, you're saying trucks, you've seen trucks. The whole of China's mining fleet are driverless. No, you can only hit 56 miles an hour, Tyke. know he's afraid of being replaced. He'd be sacked next week anyway. He works for a week and then he gets sacked and then he looks for another job.
Driving's easy. You know, you can be replaced pretty easily.
He's week on, week off is our tyke. He don't like car park attendants.
Yeah, most auto workers in Canada, they could be replaced.
Right, let's get back to Epstein.
EFTA 01771437. A program claiming a 73% success rate at engineering enlightenment states. Whoa. So we're not talking about meditation retreats or spiritual workshops. 73% transition rate. They were manufacturing consciousness states like a production line. But you ready to get even crazier? EFTA 02579443. After years of funding this research, years of paying Gino Yu, flying Fenwick around the world, hosting Raiden, scanning brains, Epstein writes this: I've seen no one with special abilities. Not one. Wait, what? Nobody had psychic powers? Nobody could bend spoons? Nobody could read minds? So he was testing this. But wait, he kept paying. So why would you keep funding a program that produces zero results? Because Gino Yu told him it was working on someone specific. In the same email chain, after Epstein says, not one, Gino Yu responds, one of the ideas we have for research and application is to get people with special abilities that can also train and mentor from all around the world to support those that are coming into their own, like Masha. Masha Jerkova, the subject of Putin's Kiss, the documentary about Russia's youth propaganda movement. She's mentioned a lot in the archive, and it would seem that she was a test subject. Gino Yu said she was coming into her own, developing abilities.
Yeah,
The plan
Gallagher.
was to surround her with mentors who already had them. Nobody had proven abilities, but the program to develop them was still running. EFTA 02657514, February 2017. Gino Yu emails Epstein about Jeff Bezos. Authors gather at Jeff Bezos' super secret campfire event. I hear he gets people with special abilities at these events. Whoa, what? So Bezos had his own program? It's the same language, special abilities. And it's the same format, invite-only events with these hand-picked people. And Gino Yu is reporting this to Epstein like he's a scout, almost like he's his intelligence. Okay, but now let's talk about Chopra. Chopra sent Epstein everything. Aura measurement apps, biofield science papers, virtual reality meditation experiences. EFTA 01784162, August 2016. Chopra sends Epstein a Guardian article about meditation in virtual reality. Quote, it's like French philosophy meets the Matrix. So it would seem that Chopra was feeding Epstein the technology side of consciousness. And in return, Epstein gave Chopra access, dinners, island visits, conferences. And then there's this. Epstein asked Deepak Chopra, a consciousness researcher, whether anesthetics can affect consciousness and the mechanism. Chopra responds with the pharmacology, then asks, why do you ask? Why was Jeffrey Epstein asking a consciousness researcher about lethal anesthesia? I don't have the answer, but I have the document.
Yeah.
Chopra.
What was that movie where those people kept putting themselves into death? What was that? Scanners.
Yeah.
Was it? No. Can't remember the name of it. But yeah, these people kept putting themselves in a death state so they could have these weird experiences.
Yeah, I mean, we did that at school when you blow and blow and blow and blow and blow and blow and blow, and then
Yeah.
All of a sudden somebody comes behind you, gives you a squeeze, and you faint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a mad craze at school, that was. Yeah.
Yeah,
you keep on huffing and puffing, and then you stick your thumb up against the roof of your mouth and your finger down on your nose, and then squeeze. And as you're doing that, somebody's squeezing your rib cage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you just faint.
Yeah, I've done that to people before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a thing. But it was one woman and 4 guys or 5 guys, wasn't it? They kept going down in the basement and doing it. Flatliners, that's it. Flatliners.
Yeah.
Well done, Paul.
Yeah, it'll give you brain damage to do it enough.
Yeah.
EFTA 02393.
But it's like we've all been looking at the Epstein files for all the speedos and all the people that are involved in all the speedos.
Yeah.
And this guy's gone down all the transhumanism and down all that route, you know.
Yeah.
The stuff that it's all bad, but then who's involved? I mean, in a minute you got Bezos, you got Zuckerberg, you got what's Google? Who's Google?
Oh, now I don't know. Google's been sold so many times.
Yeah. You've got Peter Thiel, Palantir.
Yeah, but they all want life extension. They all want immortality.
Yeah.
It's it's a
but they're all working with Epstein.
Yeah. And that's really where he went, what his training was in electronics. Apparently he went to college for that.
Mm.
In it was actually related to biology and electronics.
Right.
Hence the things like, viruses and things like that.
Mm.
There's no, it's not a coincidence that computers have viruses and we have viruses.
No, yeah. Viruses aren't viruses. Human viruses are not true.
No.
Mm.
So yeah, and I think he was working on a lot of that stuff too.
Mm.
I think he had a lot to do with the. What did they pull up about Corona and COVID with him?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched all of this. I just saved it because I thought, well, that's interesting. Somebody's gone down a different route with Epstein. Yeah. Because we know what experiments he was carrying at the ranch. But I didn't realise that he was doing the experiments in Manhattan and in London as well.
Yeah, if you can get a hold of one of those people,
We know that he had Little St. James.
Yeah.
Where he was doing stuff under the water and they were taking embryos from women. Or prepubescents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you hear him talking about clones. We'll just do it without a head.
Mm.
Mm. If you have any problem with it having a consciousness, we'll just do it without a head.
Yeah, I think he says it on this in one of these emails, I think.
Yeah. That was one of his emails.
Chakra forwards Epstein a thread about savant syndrome and non-local mind from Daryl Treffert, the world's top savant researcher.
Oh, Genghis. About that.
And in this chain, Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell, a researcher who studies telepathy in autistic children.
Yeah, me too, Genghis.
PTSD, who attended a Salk Institute conference on.
Yeah, but when you turn around, you see the same thing, right?
Well, no, I mean, like obviously out fishing, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see no land around me whatsoever, but it doesn't matter which way I look, it's all flat. There's no curve. But if I take a photograph, because the camera's got a lens, and the lens has got a curvature.
Mm-hmm.
But my naked eye looks like level. It looks flat.
Yeah. And you turn around 180 degrees and it's still flat.
Yep.
Yeah. Even up high, when they catch the horizon of the Earth, they never go up high enough to take a good enough picture. No. But yeah, it's you turn every direction. It looks the same. It looks like curved, but it looks the same no matter which way you look.
And every picture that NASA's ever produced is all AI.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen one that doesn't seem like it is. I don't know how they get through that 2,000 degree barrier. That's kind of, you know, unless somebody helps you do it. I don't know.
Don't know.
That's kind of my theory. Absolutely no proof behind it, but I think if we went to the moon, somebody else got us there.
Don't think we've ever been.
Yeah, that's a good possibility.
Human mind. Epstein's response, I'll fund the assistant. No help needed. So he funded a telepathy study on children with autism through Chopper's network. Yosha Bach, the AI researcher. He's almost in the file more than anyone else.
Oh yeah, another interesting thing when we remote view these missions, outer space, we usually find that like what we're looking at is someplace on Earth, usually like the Mediterranean. It looks like Mediterranean area. Looks like that's where people end up for some reason.
Yeah.
Maybe they go on vacation to the Mediterranean. I don't know. But it looks someplace nice, sunny, beaches. You know, a vacation spot for sure.
Yeah. Is that when they run out of rocket fuel because they haven't got enough fuel to get them out?
Well, I don't know. Even if they go up in the rockets, who knows, right? But yeah.
Bach was the theorist. He's the man Epstein turned to when he wanted to understand what consciousness actually is, in mathematical terms. Bach developed a concept he called mobjects, mathematical objects that describe consciousness as computation. He proposed that the brain is a machine, and consciousness is the software running on it. So, the implication is, if consciousness is software, it can be copied. Over $1 million confirmed, $300,000 for a visa arrangement, $382,000 through the enhanced entity in 2016, $125,000 in 2018. Flights, housing,
Yeah, eyes, I can
MIT
see
salary supplements.
Evening.
Again, this wasn't a hobby.
Morning.
Epstein was Bach's primary patron. And let's not forget the whole secret society email with Bach's group. We talked about this in part 2, but now you have the context. Psychedelic retreats for select individuals? You may have thought it was the billionaires who wanted to take the psychedelics, but no. We're meteorological experiments, private intelligence agency, a cryptographically secure social network, and then direct quote from Michelle Riley, high-profile island you-know-what also independently come to mind, but I have a strong suspicion that you may already have that covered.
Now pause it for a sec. The elites do not want to take psychedelics like DMT or that because they will have very negative effects.
Yeah.
Because they know that what they're doing is evil, and the subconscious mind will come at them. And if you believe in the machine elves, well, they'll come at them too. So yeah, it's like we have addicts up here, meth addicts, right? They don't want to do pot. They don't want to do anything that will expand the mind. They want things that'll numb the mind, right? They don't want to do pot. They don't want to do anything. Wow, cool. Never liked the sound of your own voice, really.
I was getting the YouTube thing up. Kenzie Kush doesn't even come here. Jukebox. What's jukebox? Spooky Ghoul. Don't know who that is. Tricky Brickers. Don't know who that is.
There's all new people here. Where's that?
No, it's just gifted 5 memberships.
Oh.
Oh, Tyke got a membership, look. So Tyke's the only one that's here that gets a membership.
Nice. Well.
They knew. The inner circle was joking about it. Okay, but a theory isn't enough. You need a map of the actual hardware. EFTA 02375911. A meeting. Ed Boyden, MIT neuroscientist, inventor of expansion microscopy, the man building an atlas of brain computations.
Yeah, remember Obama did that. He did the brain mapping. He did the genome. Or was it the genome? No, he did. One of the presidents did brain map, the brain mapping initiative.
Right.
Obama.
Phil Diffie,
Or was
the
it?
godfather of public
mistaken.
key cryptography, and Martin Novak, evolutionary mathematician. Okay, so a brain mapper, a code breaker, and an evolution theorist in the same room at Epstein's request. Why would you need a cryptographer at a brain mapping meeting unless you're trying to decode something? Boyden, quote, a single neuron can flip the state of the whole brain, end quote. So one cell, one switch, and consciousness shifts entirely. EFTA 02357394. Boyden again. This time with Sebastian Sung and Neil Gershenfeld. So they're invited to Epstein's Island, and the subject of the meeting? Deception. The world's top brain mappers on a private island discussing deception. Sebastian Sung wrote a book called Connect to Me. The thesis? You are your connect to me. Your identity, your memory, your personality, your consciousness is encoded in the wiring pattern of your neurons. Map every connection, and you've mapped the person. EFTA 01880316. And here's where it gets a little uncomfortable. The person who recommended Connect to Me to Epstein, Jean-Luc Brunel. The
You've
traffic
only mapped the interface
and
between
later
the
found
physical and the spiritual, though.
Nah.
That's all you've done. Brain mapping isn't going to map your soul, your emotions. It's not going to embody a human at all. That's not.
Well, they tested on death and trying to see the soul. I got another video about that. That's weird, that is.
What's that?
Basically killing people or when people are dying and then like trying to map the soul.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the Russians did quite a bit on that.
Mm.
And the Chinese.
Yeah, weird.
Chinese want to capture it and use it as a power source.
Mm.
And the Russians mapped where it goes, and it goes to apparently a particular constellation.
Ed in his Paris jail cell? He's the one who told Epstein to read the book about mapping human consciousness through neural wiring. A trafficker recommending a neuroscience book to a PDF. I'll let you sit with that. And this wasn't happening in a vacuum. Silicon Valley was in the room. EFTA 017895003, Reid Hoffman, LinkedIn founder.
Got a video ready
Mark?
for you after this one.
Together. Quote, Jeffrey, Zuck, email connections from the Ed Boyden dinner so that the combo can continue. Wait, so let me get this straight. Reid Hoffman introduced Mark Zuckerberg to Jeffrey Epstein. And the reason? A dinner about neuroscience hosted by Ed Boyden, the brain mapper. This wasn't just a billionaire party. This was a working meeting about the brain. And Hoffman wanted Zuckerberg and Epstein to keep talking about it. Take note about that for later. Same. Reid Hoffman. Same year. EFTA 017888970. The subject line. Skype about deception. So what's up with this deception stuff? Recipients. Hoffman, Joy Ito, Kevin Slavin, and Epstein. Hoffman responds, generally around this week and next. Interested. Reid Hoffman, Joy Ito from MIT Media Lab, and Jeffrey Epstein organizing a group call to discuss deception. That's a pattern. And then someone in Epstein's circle, text, very intrigued by Neuralink. Did like Chopra at the beginning, but have grown disappointed with him. AI fascinates me. So, Neuralink, Chopra, and AI, all in one message. The brain-computer interface, the consciousness researcher, and the machine intelligence. It all connects to Epstein. Stage 3 of the pipeline. Once you understand consciousness and you've modeled the brain, you need to preserve it, because eventually the body dies.
Yeah, unaffiliated.
There's a company called Nectome. Their technology is chemical brain preservation. They pump a solution through your brain that fixes every neural connection in place, permanently. The idea is that someday, someone could scan that preserved brain and extract the connection, the wiring diagram of who you were. And Jeffrey Epstein was tracking them. EFTA 02506384.
I think he may have had something to do with setting up our individual MAC addresses as well.
Yeah.
So that we were able to be tracked better. There was the Internet of Everything that, I forget when that initiative was, but they put it out enough, basically enough smart dust and radio waves to track everything in existence on the planet, so they could map it. But I think he had a lot to do with that as well. And these like Maven systems and Lavender and all that. Big hand in a lot of that stuff, I think.
Oh, tight. They've been doing that for a long time.
He wants to know what's the state of the art, what works and what doesn't.
People are pretty hip to the CBDCs, Rob. Most people are not into the idea. They tried a couple of pilot programs in Canada, and it didn't work out well. People did not adopt it well. They have to wait for another generation because they got to get rid of the boomers and the Gen Xers, and they really have to program people to accept that. Unless they can absolutely force it on you.
Tight. Every time you use your debit card, they know what you're spending.
No, they don't, actually. The bank keeps individual records.
The
bank keeps individual records. It's tallied at the end of the day as a lump sum, and that's all that the government gets.
No, the government can actually. The government. Every single person in the UK that's on a benefit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. As soon as you accept benefits, your accounts are open to them.
Yeah. Every single person on benefits in the UK.
Yeah.
They can see every single transaction you make with your debit card.
My brother-in-law and got upset with him because he was spending his money on beer.
Right.
They knew he was spending money on beer.
Right. So that's Canada as well then.
Yeah.
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 They texted him like shortly after he bought beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if somebody's on, say, a benefit and they're getting £800 a month or whatever they get, yeah, and all of a sudden you see £100 deposited, that flags up immediately, and they notify the benefit agency.
Yeah. Now I'm not sure if I'm monitors as well, but I suppose it could be that anybody who takes any government benefit could have their bank monitored. Like here we have like a trillium, which is like a rebate. We're having some stupid other rebate coming. We've got a bunch of rebates after they take our money, but it could be that they have access to that way, but they're not really supposed to. Unless you're on benefits, and then they have absolute access.
Well, even the VAT man, or woman, she was a lovely looking woman as well. Yeah, they turned up, flashed their warrant cards, because they got the special cards.
Yeah.
And they went to do a VAT investigation. And they started the investigation, and then obviously I was winding down at the time, right?
Yeah.
And they had this sum, 48 grand. Right, so they wanted to know where this 48 grand come from. I'm scratching my head, and I'm looking at my ex-missus going, what the fuck's she talking about? Where is 48 grand? We've never had fucking somebody deposit 48 grand into our account. What the fuck's he going on about?
Yeah.
Right? So it's like one limited company to another limited company, and one business account to another business account. And he's like, what the fuck? It's transfers. Right? Well, the money that she was talking about, because there was no invoices provided, right? So there was no digital invoices produced, yeah, from our company to a customer, right? And I'm going through all this stuff, and like she keeps fucking coming up with these numbers and these figures, 6,900 and something odd quid there, and 4,000 quid there, and I'm like, what the fuck's she going on about? So I've started looking into it now, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, go to the VAT returns, you daft cow. And she's like, what? Because I got pissed off, I did, because it was months and months and months of going through records and paperwork, and I'm like, the penny suddenly dropped. She's talking about every time I claim VAT back. Right? So every time I claim VAT back, VAT pays you every quarter. Right? Well, we were transferring that VAT money into a separate account.
Oh.
It's still a business account, but we were transferring the money into another account. Right?
Oh, as a lump sum?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So all the VAT money was going into a different account. So like what I would do is if I was sitting there working out what we'd earned in or the missus, what we'd earned, and then what we were going to pay at the end of the quarter, then I'd phone up my suppliers and go, here, what oil deals have you got going at the moment? What battery deals you got going at the moment? Or the tool vans would turn up and like the tool vans is like £10 in the 100. Yeah. So you get the invoice there and then, right? But you're on RA account, so you only pay £10 in the 100. So if you buy something for £500, you're paying it over 50 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you get the invoice there and then that day. So I'd submit the invoice. Now, oil, I'd buy like drums of oil.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it would be buy now, pay in 3 months' time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they'd invoice me. They'd invoice me there and then for the oil. But I would submit that invoice. So I would always claim VAT back, and it was working the system. You know, because the system's broken. If you know how to get around the system's broken. So all this money she was talking, it was all VAT returns. It was all returns back to me. And it was like, for fuck's sake, man. And then she would started going through everything, and she couldn't do fuck all about it because they're genuine claims. Absolute genuine claims, you know? And like only a few months did we pay like 600 quid, a few quarters did we pay like 600 quid or 1,500 quid, or, you know, never paid no more than that. Fuck, you know. Every now and again, my missus would go, we better pay some VAT this quarter. Yeah, that man, fuck me, man, the VAT man. They're threatening us with jail and everything, Rob. Yeah, have you not read my emails? And it's like, what? Have you not read my emails? And it's like,
there's no tax jail in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get that. That made absolutely no sense to me. You know, tax jail.
Yeah.
If you fuck up on your taxes, you go to jail. And what does that solve? Like you cost money to house and care for more than if you were out there on your own, robbing the system. You know. So why don't we just fucking put you out there and monitor you more? You know, make sure we get our money out of you. It makes no sense.
My mate went to jail on 86,000. 86,000. Right? Yeah. He owned a petrol station. Yeah. And a load of properties, and he went to jail on the petrol station. 86 grand.
Like, unless you have work jails, do you have work jails?
Well, all the jails you can do work or education in.
No, I mean forced labor. Like
no, you don't do forced labor, right? So he went to jail for 86 grand debt, yeah. And the only way he come out of jail is by paying that debt.
Yeah.
So he was in there for 3 weeks, and by the time the 3 weeks, he could then pay the debt, right? But basically, his accountant hadn't been working it out properly, and he owed the fucking tax man 86 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bearing in mind, he's spending nearly £1 million in fuel delivery, and only earning something like 1p a litre for every litre of fuel he was selling.
Yeah.
Because he was independent. Because in petrol stations, they make hardly anything on the fucking fuel they sell. It's all the sweets and food that they sell in there they make the money on.
Absolutely.
Which is why it's more expensive to go to a petrol station and buy food.
Yeah. Well, he was doing good at the amount he was selling. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. He was probably the highest selling petrol station in, like, Hale.
Yeah.
Reg Green and me, he's called. Reg, lovely guy. God bless his soul. But no, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's all about location and setup. You know, like you've got a lot to put into making money from that because it's hard. You know.
Well, what buggered him up was when they put the bypass through Hale. So they didn't, because his garage
bypassed all his shit. Yeah,
his was the direct route, and then what they did is they built the bypass, and it went. You could actually see the cars above the garage, basically. So they were going down the A30 instead of going down the old A30.
Yeah.
And then his garage became a back road garage, basically. Mad. I used to have a car lot. I used to have a car lot on there. I could put 10 cars down there for sale.
Get enough traffic to sell them, or?
Yeah, originally, but then people knew that I used to sell cars down there anyway, so people would go down and see what's down there. And Reg always had the keys for the cars anyway.
So he survived on his reputation.
Yeah. And he had a lot of locals that are all on fuel accounts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Right on.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to have all my petrol and diesel off of him and gas off of him. Propane gas, I'd get all that off of him, all on account, like.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the propane stations. I used to be on an account with the cab company.
197. Bach meets Nectome's CEO, Robert McIntyre, and in person, and reports this back to Epstein. He sent Bach as a scout. Meet the CEO, evaluate the technology, report back. EFTA 02508072. And in the discussion about Nectome, someone writes, Sam Altman has signed up as far as I know. As always, chances that the current plan for restoring memory from connectomy works one day are quite close to nothing but absolute zero. Structure might be better preserved than in traditional cryo, but tissue gone. So, Sam Altman, the man who would go on to run OpenAI, signed up for brain preservation through Nectome? And this is being in Epstein's documents alongside connectomy analysis and cryonics comparisons? But Nectome wasn't the only option. There was also Alcor. EFTA 02454349. Marvin Minsky, the father of artificial intelligence, MIT legend, had a cryonics contract with Alcor. His brain was to be preserved after death. And the man running Alcor? Max Moore. Here's a quote from the archive. Max Moore, CEO of Alcor, the leading cryonics firm, and before that, arguably the founding Alcor, Max Moore. Here's a quote from the archive. Max Moore, CEO of Alcor, the leading cryonics firm, and before that, arguably the founding philosopher of transhumanism. Now, this detail has been reported before, but I want you to hear it in this context. The New York Times citing a source in the archive. Mr. Epstein told this person that he wanted his head and private parts to be frozen.
Huh?
His head, where the brain is, and his reproductive organs.
That's the ranch that was, wasn't it?
To rebuild yourself. And in his personal notes, Epstein saves a reference to Frank Tipler's The Physics of Immortality, a book that argues physics allows for digital resurrection, that the laws of the universe permit bringing consciousness back from the dead. This obviously wasn't just casual reading. All right, so map the mind, model the brain, preserve it after death. That's 3 stages. But a preserved brain in a jar doesn't do anything. You need somewhere to put it. Now let me show you what the body was for. If you saw part 1, you know George Church, Harvard geneticist, gene editing, CRISPR. But there's a detail from part 1 that becomes much darker now. EFTA 02546529, November 18th, 2011. George Church is corresponding about a cloning-related event. He's cautious. He knows the risk. And Epstein was getting cloning updates from Richard Merkin, CEO of Heritage Provider Network. And these were regular updates on cloning progress. In part 1, this looked like eugenics, like he wanted to breed a certain kind of human. Now, it looks like step 4 of the pipeline. Build a compatible vessel. In part 2, we talked about David Hansen, the creator of Sophia, the world's most famous humanoid robot. Sophia. What I told you in part 2 is that Hansen is a member of the OTO, Aleister Crowley's occult order. A man building human-looking robots while belonging to a sex magic society. EFTA 02229729, Hansen Robotics. Direct Skype calls with Jeffrey Epstein. Multiple conversations. About what? Building humanoid bodies. But it doesn't stop there. EFTA 02725875. The proposal, we talked about this, Genie Lab. $3 million.
Now this idea has some potential.
Yeah. I say you need to go right back to the beginning of the video so that you understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, just go back like half an hour and play it at about 1.5 speed.
No. He needs to go right back to the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
From what I was screening at the beginning of this video, or the beginning of this live.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Where this stems from, yes.
Yeah.
Where the whole transhumanism comes from.
Yeah. The Shekinah. Adam and the Shekinah. The I can't even say the fucking word.
Androgen or
yeah.
Or the androgynous, yes.
Yeah, that's the one. Androgynous.
I need you to hear this. Sexy android bodies.
It's all in the Talmud. It's all in the Talmud, eyes.
See, they talk about these androgynous ones, but what exactly is that? Like, they draw you a person with boobs, a man with boobs, or a goat man with boobs, right?
Yeah.
And then they hide the junk. So what's going on?
Oh, no. One of the clips had the junk and the vagina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's got both sexes. One half is man, and the other half is tits and a fanny.
So it's got a vag and a penis.
Yeah, side by side.
Side by side.
Yeah, side by side. So you can't even self-copulate.
Yeah, that's just wrong
on
all levels, you know. And yeah, if you can't fuck yourself, what the hell is the purpose of that? You know? I guess double fucking is getting your vajay filled and your penis inserted at the same time. I guess that's
it does, Blunt.
I suppose side by side does work as like an electrical receptacle, the male and female, positive and negative. So it does work on a spiritual and I guess a physical level as well.
I definitely gonna have to finish my video on Davening and the Shekinah tomorrow night.
On what? Davening?
Davening.
I don't know what that is.
Well, you know when you see them at the Wailing Wall and they're rocking backwards and forwards, yeah.
Oh, is that what that? Okay.
That's what davening is, yeah.
I call that undulating or fucking.
Well, they're actually copulating with the Shekinah.
Oh, of course they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only reason to thrust your pelvis in that way, is to emulate that type of a thing.
Yeah. Even the one rabbi doing it to a fucking desk.
Yeah, you know that when people are having mental breakdowns, they kind of do that type of motion too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the ex-IDF soldier. I was playing a bit of one of his interviews that he did with somebody else the other day. I said, this is getting really fucking annoying, this is, because this bloke has come out of the IDF, he's left Israel, he's given up the Judaic religion, right? But when he was still talking, he was still sat there davening, and it was like, just why, man? Just sit still, for fuck's sake. You know, you're going to give me a fucking migraine in a minute or something, just because you're fucking sitting there rocking permanently. Oh, it's like my missus. She'd permanently sit there watching a film, and she'd be fucking shaking her leg, and it's like, fucking stop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Or she'll have her foot on the floor, on
not
the settee, and she'd be like constantly fucking bouncing her foot up and down.
Yeah, it's not a good sign. No.
And I'll just put my hand on her knee and stop her foot from going up and down, because it's like, it's annoying.
Yeah. Now imagine if she did that with her pelvis.
Oh, that'd be all right, that would.
Right.
She can do that, but only sat on top of me.
Yeah. Well, you know, she's just doing that beside you. You got to wonder what.
Oh, yeah, you wonder what's going on, eh?
Yeah. Right. You know, either she's got some really big mental problem, or she's like self-satisfying or something. Which, you know, you should say, hey, I should be involved in that.
Yeah, but it's like my uncle. My uncle was a monk. Right, and when he came out of the monastery, right, and he was a French polisher, and like all the family thought he was mental. I used to call him the mad monk. Right, but he come out of the monastery. But when he would be standing there talking to you or listening to you, he would go from heel to toe, rising on his toes.
Yeah.
But he would be going, and he'd be humming. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? You know? Yeah, he'd be humming and he'd be rocking backwards and forwards on his toes. Yeah, he was mad. He was mad. Oh, rest in peace, Uncle Doddin.
But yeah, that's not a good sign. And that they train their society to do it, you know.
Yeah.
Because there's, you know, in ceremonies like that, there's mental repetition and, you know.
I mean, I've been putting out that for the last 3 years, so I don't know where that statement comes from.
Sexy android bodies with mind uploading and a $3 million proposal connected to Epstein's network. A lab that would build attractive humanoid bodies and upload minds into them. And the scientists that would make it work were already in the network. Randall Conant. In the archive, he says, the leading serious scientific exponent of mind uploading. He runs Carbon Copies, the foundation for substrate-independent minds. The idea that a mind doesn't need a biological brain, it can run on anything. In the same document, Luke Nosek, PayPal Mafia, Peter Thiel's co-founder at Founders Fund, and Dmitry Itskov's 2045 initiative, premised on launching the singularity from Russia by 2045. These aren't just fringe characters. These are billionaires and venture capitalists funding the technological architecture for moving a mind from one body to another. But what's even crazier is, maybe you don't need a robot. Maybe you build a better biological body. EFTA 02003049. Epstein writes, evolution, luck, chance. Evolution's not growth. One needs mutation, change to function. Directed evolution. Directed evolution, not natural selection, not random chance.
It's LED lighting.
Frances Arnold, Caltech, she won the Nobel Prize in 2018 for the directed evolution of enzymes.
And if they change your DNA enough, are you actually human anymore?
Well, that's it, isn't it?
You know, can you be treated then as an animal or an other?
Mm.
You know, if you take a jibby jab and it changes your DNA enough, it's a gray area in the law, right?
Epstein about breeding molecules in microbes. Epstein was interested, but not in microbes. EFTA 01785366. And then there's this line. Virtual womb for all those preemies we are breeding. Preemies we are breeding. Virtual wombs. He's telling you, this is the body side of the pipeline. Breed better humans, grow them in artificial wombs, direct the evolution, build the vessel. Part 1 was about genetics, but now you see why. The genetics weren't a separate project. They were stage 4. This is where it all connects, and this is the part that nobody has reported. EFTA 02642274. How do savants know things they never learn? My explanation is genetic memory, the genetic transmission of knowledge. Genetic memory, the idea that knowledge, consciousness itself, can be passed through DNA.
Could also be a connection with the ether and magnetic fields, because all knowledge is contained within magnetic fields.
Yep.
So they could just have a better connection in certain areas of the mind.
Vibrations and frequency.
Yeah, there are particles that interact with our magnetic fields called magnetosomes. I'm sorry, they're little organelles, little creatures called magnetosomes, and they create crystals, greigite and magnetite crystals. And those are throughout the brain, kind of like a radar system. And they're concentrated in the pineal. So you've got like a base radar system all around your brain of these receptors that detect magnetic fields. And because all the memory is contained in there, some people might have concentrations of these crystals in different areas of their brain. Kind of like Star Wars and midi-chlorides.
Smiler, what do you think about Danny Tomo arrested on terrorism charges, I believe, a stitch up dark forces? Well, Danny Tomo's just a shill. Yeah. Danny Tomo got over 200 people arrested in London.
Ooh.
Tip of the hat, wiggle of the ear. And Danny jumped over the wall and left because the police tipped him off that they were going to cattle everybody. And then they arrested everybody one by one.
And he got away.
Yeah, it was all a setup. And then they arrested like 200 people.
Yeah.
Took all their details, held them for like 20 minutes, half an hour, in like a road that had been cordoned off, and they held them all in their room, took all the details, photographs, blah, 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 right, and then released them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so every single person that turned up that night, there was only 5 people that were charged with offences, I think. But every single person that was arrested that night were then all profiled.
Yeah.
Smiler, I seen that in slow motion. See what? My mapping sounds like science fiction scam to get funding for doing nothing but cartoons. Well, no, Epstein was funding it. Epstein was doing it, and it was all these other crazy people doing it. Yeah, but when he was fundraising unaffiliated, when he was fundraising, he was standing on a fucking English beach, not a French beach. And wasn't even in France. That's why the people that went to France couldn't find the fucker, because he wasn't even in France. People did reverse image search on where he was to. Yeah, that's right. Eyes after the Southport attack. Yeah. They're all fucking shills. They're all shills.
Yeah, if you're an independent, truthful movement, you'll get squashed.
Well, they ain't independent, you know. They apply to the local police force for planning permission to do a fucking little fucking get together or soiree.
Yeah.
Right. They've never achieved fuck all. They've never done anything for the fucking country. They keep on having these UTK fucking things, you know. I mean, Paul Thorpe and fucking his sidekick from Ireland, I can't remember his name slips my mind now. They grassed themselves up. They grassed themselves up the other day. Grassed themselves up. They're like this one's going to cost like fucking 3 times as much money, but they're only looking at getting 100,000 plus people. Well, apparently, according to Tommy, there was 3 million people there the time before, and it only cost 200 grand. This one's going to cost 600 grand. So please fund me. Please fund me. We haven't got enough funds. We want to put more screens up. Blah 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 blah. Begging bowl, begging bowl. Shillman's funded it. Fucking a load of other fucking psyos funded it. Funding coming in all over the place, but there's never no public accounts to say where that money comes from or where that money goes. You know, Richard Inman, that's it, Dick Inman. Yeah, well, Dick Inman said, I don't get no money. Well, he owns a fucking media company that rents out all the fucking gear, but you don't get no money, of course.
Yeah, you've got to pay the protesters to come, and you've got to pay the agitators. They get a lot of money.
Yeah.
And you've got group leaders to pay.
Danny Tomo, the abuser of women.
Is your video done? It's not done yet, is it?
No. No, somebody in the chat saying that Danny Tomo's the only one. He's a fucking woman abuser. Absolute woman abuser.
Yeah, the only way we'll ever get any justice is to wipe out the entire top tier of the establishment, start moving people up, scrutinizing them and wiping out the ones that are illegitimate, corrupt, and and just keep moving people up from the lower ranks. That's the only way. Like, we can save the system as it is. Like, we can keep operating, without government. We do that all the time. So really, it's not a big deal.
Over on Green Arrow, the unionists are complaining about Jews now, but can't see the star they fly is Jewish. The star that they fly is not Jewish. It's the star around them. It's not Jewish. There's no such thing as the Star of David.
That's what they call it. But totally fraudulent. Yeah.
There's no such thing as the Star of David.
Well, everything about them is fraudulent, pretty much, except for maybe some of the Sephardic Jews. Right? They're about the only ones there that are anywhere near related to Semites. And even Semites, I'm a fucking Semite, so. Come on. It's such a fucking convoluted fucking idea. Like, in the modern vernacular, the way they, have politicized everything. Like, what's a fucking Semite? Well,
somebody who speaks ancient Hebrew.
Well, many other languages as well, not just Hebrew.
Yeah.
My people were from the Caucasus Mountains, so
yeah.
We were Semites. We spoke a Semitic language, so I'm a fucking Semite. But, I'm no Arab.
There's no such thing as Jewish.
Not really.
Unaffiliated. No such thing as Jewish. There's Judaism, but there's no such thing as Jewish.
Be a Hebrew. Oh yeah, the Sephardic Jews were from Spain. Yeah. I don't know, Rob. I know that's. I really don't know. There are some. Which ones are there? Are some Jews in Israel that are really shunned, but they apparently are from ancient Jews.
Well, they're the Orthodox Jews.
The Orthodox.
Yeah. And they were part of the original wandering Jews.
Okay.
That lived in Palestine, lived in Jordan, Lebanon.
But were related to the Hebrews that Jesus came from, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another video that I got to finish off doing.
It was Hebrews and Judeans, right? So.
Yeah. But they was all basically ancient Canaanites.
Yeah. Living in Palestine after the Roman occupation.
Of course, like the Western world always does, the Western world always goes in and gives them new borders and splits them up, and
Yeah, the Roman Empire never really did die.
Rob or Type, I've already done loads of videos on what's the difference between fucking Israelites. Israelites was fucking from Jacob. And then two there was 12 tribes. Two of the tribes fucked off and created Judea, and the others were the Israelite tribes. But then there was the lost tribes, wasn't there? Which was the tribe of Dan. I've already done videos about that. God.
Yeah, the Dans, that's probably the tribe that I come from, because I come from the Nordics, who were actually Aryans from the Caucasus. So
probably 2.5 years ago, Rob.
Then we went down to Scotland, and then we came over to Canada. That's the thing I find funny too, is people claiming land when pretty much every land's been moved over and lived in by multiple peoples, at different times.
Yeah.
And now a bunch of Arabs live in the Caucasus, where I used to live, or my people used to live.
Yeah, Dan Mark, yeah.
Yep.
I did all that when I did all the tribes.
The Danube River.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my last name, Glendinning, is Scottish, but it's originally Gwendolyn, which were people that came there. Everybody came to Ireland, Scotland, and England. Nobody was originally there, except for who were there the first? The Picts.
Yeah, Picts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Geneva Bible describes it as a plane with a firmament.
Yeah, so after the firmament, what is there?
Don't know.
Right?
They don't know because they haven't even managed to get through the firmament, have they?
Yeah. Well, there's space there, right? But what it is, I don't know.
Yeah, but they're calling space at the moment. Basically, when you go out and there's no gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
and a vacuum.
Yeah, because they can't remember how to get. Yeah, they can't remember how to get through the firmament. Right. We've seen things go up and hit the firmament. We know that there's some sort of curvature above us because that's why we get a curved rainbow.
I'm suspect about the things hitting the firmament. There was one rocket I saw, but it was spinning too fast to actually get a good image of what was going on. And when it supposedly hit the firmament, that could have actually just been the rocket cutting out. Because, like a torch, it makes a pop,
Yeah.
So I don't believe that one. There's the nuclear explosion that supposedly hit the firmament.
Yeah.
But that could have just hit one of the various layers that I was talking about before. Like there's the exosphere, there's the thermosphere, there's a few different layers they give different names to. Could have just been hitting one of those. But I like the idea of there being a barrier, but I don't know if it really exists. But what's after that? I do think it's watery. I think it's got more water in it than they tell us.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as dry and not a vacuum like they tell us. Otherwise, their spacesuits would squish them out like a tube of toothpaste, apparently.
Yeah.
There's a guy that did experiments in a vacuum chamber. He
Mm-hmm.
put little fucking plasticine dolls in little spacesuits.
Mm.
And what happens is they squish out the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how they get into a vacuum. That's a pretty hard thing to do, I think.
Mm.
At least it seems like. Because what happens in a vacuum is you start condensing, sorry, you start expanding out, and you try to escape whatever container you're in to equalize the pressure.
Yeah.
So all these little fucking plasticine things you put in spacesuits came out the fucking came out of the helmet. So all your body would be squished out your helmet.
Man, I mean, well, I mean, there's loads of theories about that silly submarine, isn't there? Going down to the Titanic.
Oh yeah, the pressure would be incredible.
Yeah, but there's loads of theories on why it actually went pop bang.
Oh, okay.
Not. I mean, obviously it did go pop bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it went pop bang for a reason, because you'd already done several trips down to it before.
Oh, and
right.
And that device was not made for that depth either.
No. So he'd done a couple of trips down there before, right? But when he'd done a couple of trips down there before, they found like there was less portholes.
Yeah.
One ship had more portholes and had closed in decks. Another ship didn't, and the Titanic didn't, and it had less portholes or more portholes. I can't remember what it was. And then also you could see the name on the back of the Titanic or something, but it was over the top of the other name. There was all kinds of different conspiracies over the Titanic was a sister ship, or was a ship that the Olympian. Yeah. It was a ship that had an accident, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It had an accident, and they wanted to claim the insurance.
Yeah, they wanted to scuttle it.
So. Yeah. They wanted to claim the insurance money on it. Yeah. And all the bankers that were supposed to be on the Titanic didn't go to the Titanic. They went to Jekyll Island and had a meeting, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, the ones that mattered.
Yeah.
The ones that were allowed to survive.
That
was a lot of money that went down there.
Yeah. Right, let's carry on.
Inherited. If that's true, then consciousness isn't just software running on the brain. It's encoded in the genes. And if it's in the genes, you can breed for it, edit for it, select for it. Part 1 was genetics. This is consciousness. And Epstein believed they were the same thing. Chopra's response to this email makes it even darker. In the same thread, same EFTA, Chopra pushes back with a detail that changes everything. He tells Epstein about an acquired savant with an entirely different skill post-injury. Acquired savants. People who suffer brain injuries, car accidents, strokes, trauma, and wake up with abilities they never had before. Perfect musical pitch, calendar calculation, photographic memory.
Okay, pause it for a second.
From nowhere.
Okay. In the studies I've done and in what I've seen in my life, there are people that have lost sections of their brain up to a quarter to a half of their brain.
Yep.
Their memories are not gone.
No.
A friend of mine, lucid, went to bed one night with a gun under his pillow and blew off a quarter of his head.
Yep.
His memory, his consciousness did not change.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot tell me that the operating system of the human consciousness is the brain.
Mm.
You cannot tell me that. The other thing I did, the other example was a study from the Laurentian University where a similar accident had happened and somebody lost a section of their brain, and it filled with fluid, but that fluid had those crystals I was talking about. It had these greigite and magnetite crystals in it, and the memories were not lost. The person had the same personality and memories. So the operating system of the human consciousness, in my mind, can't be the brain.
Well, your brain is made up of cholesterol.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a bunch of fat.
You know, and when they say don't eat eggs because they're bad for you, blah 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 blah. You know, like the same as they'd say don't eat salt. You know, you need salt. You need,
I eat butter, eggs. I eat like probably a quarter stick of butter a day, or half a stick of butter a day. Yeah. Oh yeah, I eat lots of fat. It's good for you.
Yeah.
My wife was having memory problems and stuff, so I'm feeding
What's the
fat. Like
I say this over and over and over again, right?
Yeah.
What's the first thing when you go into fucking hospital and the first thing they do to you, right? If you get rushed into hospital, or you get picked up by an ambulance, the first thing they do to you is put you on a saline drip.
Yeah.
First thing they ever do is put you on a saline drip. Right? You're ill, I was running a temperature of fucking over 100 and something for fucking weeks when I picked up something from the water, from the river. Yeah. And I lost a stone in weight when I did that, and I was at home when my missus was doing the drips. Right. And I was put on saline drips because your body's water.
Yes, but the what they add to the water is bad. Like those sugar, it's glucose, and it's not. You'd be better with like salt water. Just
Well, saline is salt water.
Yeah, but it's not that type of salt.
And I also had pure alcohol.
Right.
I also had pure alcohol drips as well.
Oh yeah.
Pure alcohol. Fuck me, that's painful. Jesus Christ. Eh?
A blood thinner?
Right, what happened was I was working on a car with a blocked radiator. Heater matrix. The heater matrix was blocked. And what I did is I took the pipe off the heater matrix and I sucked. And what I did is I topped the header tank up with just antifreeze. And I was sucking on the end of the fucking pipe. And I swallowed 2 gulps of antifreeze.
Oh, God.
And I finished doing the job, but I was feeling quite lightheaded, like quite weird. Anyway, I fucking went to sit down and do the invoice, and then I went to get up out of the chair, and my fucking legs didn't work. And I was speaking to my missus on the phone, and I knew I wanted to get up, and I couldn't get up. And it was like, what the fuck's going on, you know? And then apparently I sounded completely drunk and everything else, dropped the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she did 999.
Yeah.
So I was gone by this time. I'd passed out.
Yeah. That would counter it, right?
Yeah. So they then blue lighted me to hospital.
Yeah.
And when they blue lighted me to hospital, Mrs. explained everything that had happened, and then because it was antifreeze, when they did the blood tests, they then phoned Guys up. I think it's Guys of London. They phone them up, and they're the ones that do all the like if you get a snake bite or if you get this or you get that, they're the ones that they're the ones that say
dudes,
yeah, the antitoxins. Well, the reversal for antifreeze is pure alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
we got Al Cool up here. It's 98 proof.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would.
So well, what it was doing, it was turning all my blood into crystals.
Shit.
Yeah, it was crystallizing all my blood. So there was no oxygen, and it was crystallizing.
Yeah, that'll fuck you up bad.
And then, obviously, because your lymphatic system, your legs are first, aren't they? So,
wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I was lucky. Oh, I was so lucky. And they had me on pure alcohol drips. Whoa, well, fuck me, man. If the nurse hadn't come round and changed the drip in the bag,
yeah,
well, they'd run it through cold again because the bag would be running out and I'd be on the button. Bzz, 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 bzz. Change the drip, change the drip. Because when they plugged it in, when there was still some left in the other bag, you wouldn't get that burn sensation going through your veins. Or if you imagine cutting yourself and then pouring vinegar into the cut, that was what it was like.
Wow.
Yeah, it was, and you could feel that pulsing through your veins. Oh, it was mental.
That's got to have done damage throughout your entire body too.
Yeah. Yeah, I could have been. Yeah, if she wasn't on the phone, I would have been found brown bread.
Oh yeah, you stop breathing.
Yeah, if she wasn't on the phone, because I just ringing her saying, "I'll be home in a bit. What time you getting home?"
You just asphyxiate.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I was speaking to her on the phone. She was working. I was working in the garage, and she was working in the petrol station. So I was on the phone to her at the time, and then that was it. Blah.
Well, Rob, you need an AI to do your driving for you. That'll be a lot easier. You can sit back in the cab.
Oh, well, you're fucked, you are, Rob. If you've got swelling in your legs after 9 hours sat in the seat,
yeah,
you need to go and sort your lymphatic system out. Yeah. That means your lymphatic system isn't draining. When it's all pooling in your feet and your ankles and your...
do you work out, Rob? Do you do cardio of any sort? That would be my suggestion.
What's I saying sorry for?
I don't know.
Well, I don't either. Apologising for saying. I don't know what he's apologising for.
Yeah, that graphene they put in us, that's like little razors running through your system.
Yeah, and they can turn them on and turn them off with frequency.
Yeah, they can self-assemble.
Yeah, what's he called? Mullins. Mullins. He was the one that found graphene, wasn't he? He was the one that was working on graphene. He was the one that said it's like miniature razor blades coursing through your body.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Yeah, they were working with charcoal and graphene, and yeah, they found it, and they were doing it. He also did the PCR, didn't they?
Yeah,
yeah, but he did a video. After he did the video regarding graphene oxide and PCR, he then mysteriously died. And then his wife did a video saying that he...
You mean mRNA, right?
Yeah.
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 And his wife what?
His wife put out a video then stating that he mysteriously died.
Yeah.
He wasn't ill in any way, shape or form.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Yeah, they offed him because he knew too much about everything, didn't he?
Yeah.
because he worked on it.
Yep. You heard about the gravitic scientists dying recently?
Yeah. Yeah, 15 of them now, isn't it?
Up to 15?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, somebody asked in the chat earlier on, have you heard anything about all the scientists yet? I mean, it's like, have they died or are they?
Well, they're putting out videos. I'm not suicidal. I think I'm being tracked. Come on. You know? Like, no. No, this is
Yeah, but are they brown bread or are they kidnapped for their knowledge? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying?
well, I think it's a case by case basis. Right? Either you're willing to play along or you're gone.
But if you remember, it all started with that plane crash. There were scientists on that plane.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Just like the cancer scientists?
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's cancer scientists. They all died on that plane crash, didn't they?
Is that the one you're thinking of?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was before that in 2012, there was all the astronomers that were offed. You know, so yeah, it's definitely a cover-up.
Yeah.
You know, people are postulating this has happened 4 times that people have come across this in our history, or in modern history. You know, saying in the past, 70 to 100 years. But it has been squashed. It's anti-gravitic. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's interesting. And it is another good distraction, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Yeah.
You know?
Scientists are Freemasons of the Illuminati. Not all scientists are, though, Eyes. You got the bought and paid ones that are, the bought and paid ones that, said follow the science, blah blah fucking blah.
Yeah.
And then you got the scientists that come out and say, well, I've been a cardiologist all my fucking life. I've written books, I've got awards, and they've cancelled me.
Yeah, there was recently a lady who put out a video, all these people are dying. I don't know what to do. I've had threats, or I feel threatened. I'm not suicidal. Come on. How much more blatant do you have to get? Now, is it a psyop? I don't, maybe,
Yeah, but even people speaking out, even like, YouTubers that are going against the grain, you know?
So the question is, do you think that anti-gravitics is real and they're trying to suppress it? Or do you think it's a psyop to draw attention away from other things?
Yeah, I don't know.
I personally think it's a psyop. But, I don't think that they, killing people is not really something I think they're all that concerned about. If that serves their purpose, they'll do it. I think some of these people they killed electronically too. I don't know. Okay, play the video. Right, Rob. Another rabbit hole to follow.
I couldn't. I was having a slash.
After the brain is done. If trauma can unlock abilities that were always encoded in the brain, abilities you never learned, abilities that might come from genetic memory, then Epstein's experiments on women take on a different dimension. Was he testing whether psychological trauma could trigger altered states of consciousness? Whether breaking someone's normal awareness
Well, we know that.
I mean, he was measuring belief thresholds with 200 women. He was funding research on savant telepathy in children with neurological differences. And now Chopra is telling him that brain damage creates savants? What if the trauma wasn't a side effect of the research, but actually a variable? Deepak Chopra was pushing the same idea, but from the other direction. Chopra's book, Super Genes, argues that the evolution of species is the evolution of consciousness. That genes don't just build bodies, they build awareness. EFTA 02045681. Epstein and Chopra
Okay,
visited.
so I had a question earlier.
Yeah.
That I forgot to ask. They were showing these Jewish leaders and stuff, and like you look at people like Chopra there, Chopra,
Yeah.
and all these other people. Why the fuck do they look so haggard and fucking drawn out and fucking puffy? You know, if they're
Yeah.
supposed to be so spiritual and enlightenment, isn't that supposed to lead to like good health and shit
Yeah,
like that?
but then again, you look at a lot of them that you've been seeing in Israel. You know, you got that matey with all the fucking teeth. You know, and people put video clips up of him, and they were getting their channel struck. Yeah, because he looks like the hills have eyes. Right, he's got his teeth gritted together, and he's attacking Palestinians. Right, they're settlers.
Can't he afford some falsies or what?
Eh?
Can't he afford some falsies or what?
Well, I don't know, but it's like the hills have eyes, you know. But a lot of them are like that. Their genetics are fucked.
Yeah.
You know, and then you've got the ones that look like they're really Down syndrome, you know. It's like you're supposed to be the master race.
Yeah.
Morning, Quentin.
Well, it's what they claim, or I've heard some claims are, for every million fucking flipper children they produce one genius. You know? But that's kind of a stupid way to figure odds, right? Like, unless what you should be doing is raising the entire genus, and species, and finding genius that way, because genius is spontaneous. You know.
Oh, it was mad.
And a lot of these Jewish people, or quote unquote Jewish people, have a lot of genetic diseases.
Yeah, it's in the DNA to have those genetic diseases because they've got a gene.
Yeah,
they've got a certain gene missing.
Yeah, and a lot of the research that I've looked into, because of where I live, has to do with this bone disease that causes them to have the crooked noses and that, called thalassemia. That was suddenly introduced into Africa a little while ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
In people that never had it before.
Yeah, that's right, Blunt. Yeah, they've been putting his face in the middle of the flag, haven't they? I might show it tomorrow because they were trying to say it was all fucking digitally enhanced and fucking AI'd and fucking anti-Semitic and all kinds of bollocks they were trying to go with. And they produced the whole genuine video of them attacking the farmers, the olive pickers. And it was like, you can't fucking deny it. You can't deny it. It's a whole video. You know? So people were appealing to get their channels back and stuff like that. Yeah, because people were playing it and obviously talking about it, and they were getting struck by the fucking Unit 8200.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Carney has a majority government now. So our censorship laws are going through. Yeah. Damn it. I got to take off. Thanks for having me up, Smiler. Good talking to you.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Let me take it easy.
I enjoyed the flat Earth talk. That's always fun for me.
Well, I've got a few flat Earth videos.
Nice.
We'll do them another time.
All right. Have a good night.
Right on.
All right.
Take it easy, mate. Enjoy.
Right. Yeah, we'll have to do that sometime. That'll be fun.
Mm.
Yeah, you're pro flat Earth, right?
I ain't sure.
Okay. Yeah.
I ain't sure. You know, you've been sold down the line that there's a globe, but I ain't 100% sure. You know, United Nations flag was always a flat Earth.
Yeah.
We were taught, you know,
kind of substantial, but yeah.
But then all of a sudden, all the schools got globes, and you know, you got a globe fucking cocktail bar, or not a cocktail bar, but all your spirits in it was a globe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and everything went globe mad, didn't it? And then and now they turn around and say it isn't a globe. Now it's egg shaped.
Now, see, I think there was an introduction of flat Earth in the, I can't remember when. It was either the early 600s to the 1400s. And I think there was an introduction then of the flat Earth idea. But we'll have to discuss that another time. That'll be fun. All right. Have a good night, all.
I do have flat earthers in the chat occasionally.
Yeah. I've been chatting with Roberts here. He's a flat earther. I'm a globe. Right. So have a good night.
All right, you take it easy, mate. I'm pro hot dog earth. We can say well, yeah, I mean, and then the moon is supposed to be a replica of the earth, isn't it? What's on the moon shows the earth, doesn't it? Quinton doesn't believe in flat earth. Have you seen round earth, Quinton? Because I've never seen a round earth. No, God stopped the sun for Joshua, not the earth. Then you got fucking Muhammad supposed to have fucking split the moon in half, haven't you? Well, I've seen them do like loads of fucking pegs and measurements from bouncing lasers across lakes and how much distance they give and to how much curvature there should be over a distance, and it hasn't shown the curve over that distance. There's lots of things. Engineers, railway tracks, railway lines. I don't know. No one's ever shown a flat earth. Well, water finds its own level. Water also needs a landlock to keep it there. Yeah, parallels don't curve. Water also needs a landlock. And also the North Pole. North Pole's got a big fucking mountain in it. Yeah, airplanes. A lot of pilots have come out and said there's no curve, don't they? They don't fly to a curve. And if NASA had really been up in space, then you'd have actual proper footage instead of digital AI. I don't know how long's left with this. Not long.
An apothecary in Manhattan. Plant medicine, consciousness expansion, alchemy. They were practicing this kind of stuff. And then there's this conference, EFTA 02397964, a session titled Gene Editing in Consciousness. Whoa. A conference on gene editing in consciousness connected to Epstein's network. That's the bridge. The genetics program from part 1 and the consciousness program from part 3 meet in one room. And the thesis is, edit the genes, edit the mind. But let's talk about this Dmitry Itskov. Russian tech billionaire, founder of the 2045 initiative, and his public mission is to achieve human immortality through mind uploading by the year 2045. EFTA 02078308, May 2015. Itskov and Gino Yu, Epstein's consciousness recruiter, are arranging to meet in New York. They already know each other, both in Epstein's orbit, the mind-uploading billionaire and the consciousness stage mapper connecting through Epstein. The same month, Epstein writes to Itskov, "I spent the weekend with Chomsky at my house. Great, strong views, but clever." Noam Chomsky, the most cited intellectual of the 20th century, and in the same thread, Itskov mentions meeting a Buddhist monk who works for MIT and is interested in AI. We discussed possible AI's self-awareness. Then, Epstein sends Itskov a link to Rupert Sheldrake's online telepathy test. So Jeffrey Epstein sends the mind-uploading billionaire a telepathy experiment. Sheldrake's morphic resonance, the idea that consciousness extends beyond the brain, that minds can connect at a distance. This is another bridge. Mind uploading meets telepathy meets AI self-awareness meets genetic memory in one email chain. In part 2, I showed you the occult library. Now you might have thought that that was separate from the science, but it's not. Epstein didn't see a difference. To him, Newton was an alchemist and a physicist. Consciousness was a genetic trait and a mystical state. The soul was dark matter and something you could upload. Okay, but everything that I've shown you so far, the brain mappers, the AI theorists, the VR rigs, the cryonics evaluations, all of it sounds like cutting edge research, and you maybe could argue that it's noble. But now let me show you who the test subjects were. EFTA 02402848, David Savage asked Epstein, "You did an experiment with 200 girls where you held their hands and rating them?" And Epstein responds, "I did this with 200 girls. Each one had to rate the accuracy of diagnosis on a scale of 1 to 10. The written diagnosis was exactly the same for each." What? 200 girls given the same fake reading, and he's measuring how many of them believed it. EFTA 024534747. Then Epstein designs another round for Savage. 10 women, you will need to touch each one. And his takeaway from all of this? Believing is more fun. But he's not debunking anything. He was measuring who could be made to believe and how fast. 200 women, the same fake reading, and scoring their conviction. But why touch? Well, because a neuroscientist told him that it works. EFTA 021923305. Peter Fenwick, the same man running the Cosmic Consciousness program, tells Epstein that touch activates their hormonal system and that dominance hierarchy matters. So the science wasn't separate from the exploitation. Okay, but the women knew. Listen to what they wrote. EFTA 027-21399. A woman writes to Epstein, "You described me as a failed experiment. I didn't know that I was a part of one. Am I an unsuspecting Galatea or a pawn in your dealings with Leon? Am I an unsuspecting Galatea?" Galatea from Greek mythology. Pygmalion sculpts the perfect woman and brings her to life. So this woman is asking Epstein, "Am I one of your unsuspecting creations that you sculpted and brought to life?" EFTA 018626162. Another email about a different woman. Quote, "For me, it's a great experiment. Taking a girl who hadn't been with a guy until she was 23 and then getting her to this point. She is sufficiently confused, and I think you can get some mileage out of this." What? She is sufficiently confused. You can get some mileage. A great experiment. Now, with this context, he's using the same word for the woman that he used for the consciousness research.
I will take.
We have to consider whether they were a part of the same program. These spiritual practices and ideas weren't separate from the exploitation. They were the same delivery mechanism. EFTA 017436615. A message about Kundalini yoga class.
Kundalini.
Class 930. So many hot girls promise. Abundant at a Kundalini class. And then there are the meeting notes. EFTA 020457779. Action items from Epstein's meeting. Design fun experiments, e.g. mice on DMT and environmental medicine meme. Mice on DMT? That was the brainstorming idea at Epstein's meeting. Design a fun experiment, psychedelics on animals, and create a meme around environmental medicine. So that's the brand for their research? EFTA 022714445, January 2019, 6 months before his arrest. Gino Yu writes to Epstein, "I will also have a shaman with me, as well as a psychonaut that grows his own mushrooms." A shaman and a mushroom grower traveling with the consciousness recruiter coordinated in the same email chain as Yoshabat. EFTA 026762253. We talked about this in part 2. Sacred Space, New York. An invoice to Epstein. 50 digital urban detox solution massage rituals. Digital? At $200 each? Total $10,000. Pre-purchased in bulk through JP Morgan Chase. Massage rituals, digital urban detox. It's basically consciousness language wrapped around a $10,000 massage invoice. EFTA 020456162, August 2016. Bebe Avdio, an assistant working out of Darren Indyke's law office, confirms to Epstein 4 girls in total, and they are all 17. 2016, post-conviction, after the plea deal, after the sex offender registration. 4 girls, all 17, confirmed from the lawyer's office. But the reason I bring this up is because the consciousness experiments, the brain mapping, the VR rigs, the meditation apps, the enlightenment programs, all of this was running at the same time as this. EFTA 0003781, a girl tried to swim off the island. The bodyguard confirmed it. She tried to swim. In his assessment, her attempt showed no greater level of distress than he'd seen in other girls throughout the years. So he's seen this before. Other girls trying to escape the island. And the bodyguard himself told investigators he was frightened by Epstein. Apparently all the workers signed $1 million NDAs, and they're petrified to talk. So 5 stages. Map the consciousness. Gina Yu, Fenwick, Radin, Martin, Chopra. Understand what it is. Then, model the brain. Yosha Bach, Ed Boyden, Sebastian Sung. Describe it mathematically. Then, preserve the brain. Nectone, Alcor, cryonics. Keep it after death. Next, you build a new body. George Church, David Hansen, Genie Lab, directed evolution. Create a vessel. Then, the transfer. The mind reader device. Read the mind, clone the body, upload. And at every stage, at every single stage, the research ran in parallel with this exploitation. The brain scanner was in the same house as the trafficking. The consciousness researcher and the massage therapist used the same vocabulary. The experiment was a scientific term and a word for woman. So we have to question whether he separated the two. And look, you might think this is crazy, you might think this is all nonsense. But here's the thing. This technology is happening right now. Everyone knows Elon is building the brain chip. And it would seem that their excuse is obviously to help the disabled. But listen to what he told shareholders. He thinks uploading a mind into a robot body is less than 20 years away. You think they're going to tell us the truth? And then there's an EFTA in the archive where someone in Epstein's circle writes, and quote, very intrigued by Neuralink. I wonder if there's a connection. But get this. Remember how I told you to take a note earlier? Just last week, Meta was granted a patent. And the actual patent is for training an AI on everything you've ever posted, every comment, every DM, every voice message, so that it can simulate you after you die. The AI takes over your account. Epstein was funding the research, and now the tech companies are filing the patents. And let's finish off with this document. Epstein writing about someone who died. Socrates proves the immortality of the soul. I see her soul, very young, full of energy, getting ready to leave. I see people surrounded by their soul. So he believed in the soul. He obviously was spiritual to a certain degree. He believed he could survive the body. And he spent millions of dollars and over a decade trying to prove it. Whether he succeeded or not isn't the point. The point is the pipeline existed, the funding existed, the scientists existed, and the test subjects existed. All the documents have EFTA numbers and you can verify them for yourself. Part 1 was what Epstein was building. The genetics, the baby farms, the egg doctor. Part 2 was the secret societies, the occult, and the control system. Part 3 is the consciousness pipeline, mapping it, modeling it, preserving it, and building new bodies for it. But we're not done. There's more in these documents that still has not been shown yet.
Yeah, unfiltered. The where's it gone? Ultima fuel base. That was mad as poo, that was. Like, because before Trump was going on about Greenland, I'd already done a video of the base, and when one of them was there working on the base, and he went over there with a German Shepherd puppy, which grew up, and it was nuclear powered. And I'd already watched the video a long time ago, and I knew I'd watched it and I'd saved it. So he kept going on about Greenland, and like a big Jewish money man, oligarch, whatever you want to call him. He actually owns the water company, and there was a lot of Jews involved in Greenland. And I was trying to put the connection together with the ex-military base, which was nuclear powered, and whether it still had nuclear on the base. Anyway, I was talking about it, and like that's why he's going after Greenland, blah blah blah. And obviously you got all the minerals in Greenland, but they have trouble mining the minerals because the ground is so hard. So the mining techniques are like just mental and mentally expensive. It's easier to get it from other continents or other countries than it is to try and mine Greenland. So I started playing the video, and I got about 5 minutes into the video, and the video disappeared. Boom, got taken down. I didn't get taken down, but the actual video got taken down, which was a complete pain in the ass because I was sharing it straight from their site. So I had to go then and find the video again, and then carry on playing it. But the person obviously that I was playing it from had been alerted, and they took it down from public viewing. That was bad as poo, that was. I only ever seen that once happen, and that was Porky. When Porky Chops took his video down, doing his cooking in the woods. Yeah, well, the mountain is in view, isn't it? Exactly, Tyke. Well, it was the same as the portholes as well. Are you into the portholes as well, affiliated? As well as Iraq being about oil and what have you, because there was no weapons of mass destruction. He also had the portholes, you know, and Bird already talked about portholes as well, didn't they? Oh, TF Media. No, I never looked into the portholes. And the giant Akanda. Candana, the giant. And Bird was a bird. They was all attacked with German flying saucers. You listen to the radio transmissions when they were being attacked by flying saucers, and in some of the imagery. Oh, they were definitely real, because you got videos of Smithsonians breaking them up with JCBs, haven't you? Crushing them. But then in Iran, in that it's not a church as such, but it's a religious. It isn't a synagogue. It's some sort of religious building, but under the basement of that hasn't been seen in public, they've got loads of artifacts, because obviously at one point it was all one big country without all those borders that we put in place, and there's a load of artifacts in there. Well, Israel bombed it, and so did America. I think they were trying to get rid of it, like Iran. But like Iran in the 12-day war, Iran took out Israel's genetic modifying lab that looked like the Tower of Babylon, didn't it? Yeah, raising the past. Yeah, like the mud floods. Like the buildings that were built in the 800s, 896. One building, and they tried to put a 1 in it to say it was built in 1896. No. But they've always erased the past. Always erased it. Now, if you want to see erasing the past, watch My Lunch Break. Have you seen My Lunch Break before? Where all of a sudden everywhere's all of a sudden caught fire. All these buildings that are supposed to be revamped, and your 18 and 20-year-old architects, and the roads, there's only a horse and cart on the road. But horse and carts, they built it with horse and... Yeah, it's great content. Yeah, I played some of My Lunch Breaks on here. I think it's one of the only ones that I've got membership on now. I subscribe to it because I think it's good content. But I love the way he says it. So, men with donkeys and carts it built that in 5 years with hand tools and no electronic or electric tools or chisels, or everything built by hand. Yeah, Donkeys Inc. Yeah. Donkeys Inc. Yeah, it's brilliant. I love him. I do. I think he's brilliant. Yeah. But I've shown men in not flying saucers, but flying. I've shown men flying, stood up, operating a drone with no propellers and flying it on the ether. I've shown that, you know, and like your scooters, your all kinds of stuff that we got now, you know, battery cars. I've shown battery cars. It was a taxi firm that they used to literally drive into the garage, swap out the batteries, put new batteries in, and off again to collect more customers for the day. You know, I've shown like rows and rows and rows of lorries all being plugged up on charge, and this is like all in the 1800s. Electric scooters, petrol driven scooters, single wheels, where they actually sit in the middle of the single wheel and it's got no spokes. Everything we've got today has been invented before. Yeah. But everything we've got today, we've had that technology before, you know. And your new inventors aren't new inventors, you know. Donald Trump's granddad had all Teslas workings. Everything that Tesla worked on, Donald Trump's granddad had all the paperwork. He had everything. Stole everything. If you just happen to be the person they pick, you all of a sudden become the multi-millionaire that invented A, B, or C. The crazy world we live in. It was like Syria, wasn't it, type? Syria, you know, before ISIS left. ISIS got told to blow it all up. Blow up the arch. Blow up all the history. Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely legit. That was why all the big town halls had domes on them, didn't it? Or you all had a dome. I mean, we got a dome on Lloyd's Bank in Penzance. When they were the domes were resonators. Yeah. And the ether, you've had like Chinese on a mountain, and they're reaching up with their arms, and they're getting static shocks out of the air on their fingertips, and they're showing the videos of the static shocks. The same as Matey with all the electric pylons going through his farm. And he was fencing, and when he was fencing, he was realising he was getting electric shocks from the fence. He's putting up sheep fencing. And then he realised that he could take electricity. The pylons were carrying the cables, but he could take electricity out of the air and power his farm. It's all mad. Science is all mad. But anyway, people, 4:33. If I want to finish my videos tomorrow, I better get some shut eye. I might do my Wandering Jew one and try and finish off the davening. All right. No, I hope people enjoyed it. Primer fields. Yeah, I'm going to have a look at that, Rob. Yeah, and you. Right, take it easy, people. Have a good one. We'll catch you all in a bit. Cheers for tuning in. Type, thank you very much for the donation. Catch you later, Landy. I didn't know you were still here, Landy. Take it easy, people. Yeah, Max has got a good channel.
The powers that be control information. Information is power. Truth only survives together. They don't want this shared, so share it. Like, subscribe, and leave a comment.
Thank you.